everybody. Welcome into a special edition of IceCats Insider. Voice of the IceCats, Tom Callahan, with an incredibly special guest. It is the voice of the Athens Rock Lobsters, Mateen Rad. Guess what we're going to do? We are breaking down the entire series for you. Athens PD Round 1 coming up next. All right, everybody, thanks for joining us. Super excited to have a playoff preview for you here between the Athens Rock Lobsters and the PD IceCats. And game 1 is coming up Friday night in Athens. Game 2 in Florence on Saturday. Game 3, if necessary, scene shifts back to Athens. Mateen, let's talk a little bit about that, because this is kind of an unusual setup. A lot of times the lower seed has game 1 in their building, but in this case, it works out that Athens is hosting game 1. So is that, in your opinion, an advantage to the Rock Lobsters, or would you rather have the 2 and 3 consecutively at home?
I think it really depends. Athens was maybe felt somewhat burned by the old format last year, which you also had a front row seat to, in the first round exit to the Columbus River Dragons in the Commissioner's Cup playoffs last year. To have to go into enemy territory and difficult places to play, like Columbus or like the Florence Civic Center, and to try and get that game 1 win to set the tone. I think it's much easier, no matter what, to be that hometown team in game 1 and trying to get the advantage in the series in front of your home fans, to try and take it and then play spoiler in front of the road crowd in game 2.
You know, it's interesting. We always talk about those, like those little mental games within the game, right? I mean, we're talking about the advantage of, playing at home, or is the pressure off in game 1 on the road? And like, there's so many different ways and different angles that you can look at it. But at the end of the day, I feel like both teams just say, hey, you know what? Drop the puck. We've got to play hockey and we've got to play our best. I mean, Athens is a formidable opponent. PD has had a much better second half of the year. I actually really like this matchup. It should be a lot of fun.
It's a matchup that's proved entertaining time and time again this season. It's really blossomed into one of the most entertaining rivalries in the FPHL. And I think when you talk about those mind games, which there has been a lot of between these two teams, and you talk about playing in front of the home crowds, there's also been huge road wins for both of these teams against each other.
Yeah, that's very true. Each team has proved they can win in the other team's rink. So, look, we all say the records go out the window come playoffs and whatever, but you're still carrying over the history, right? And I mean, at times, let's face it, it's gotten kind of chippy between these two. I absolutely expected to pick right back up where it left off.
100%, and it might come down to the winner of this series might be the team who can kind of maybe either use that kind of energy to its advantage and have that fuel the fire, rather than have, penalties ultimately kill you. And I'm sure special teams is something that we're going to talk about over this preview as well.
Well, absolutely. And, let's dive into talking about the rosters here. Really, Athens, you guys, the Rock Lobsters made a seismic trade, probably the biggest trade I've seen in this league in my entire time here, by acquiring Gus Ford. I mean, that alters a franchise. What has the team been like since Ford has put on a Rock Lobsters jersey?
Well, like we said, we'll talk a little bit more about special teams at some point, but I think he's given a Rock Lobster power play that maybe has struggled a little bit over the season, or at least doesn't have the same strength as the team's 5-on-5 and as the individuals should give a power play. I think he's given the power play a little extra edge. He's one of the best goal scorers in FPHL history, and coming off of his now fourth 40 goal season is just something to marvel at, no doubt. But of course, it's been great to see him kind of pick up the pace of 2 or 3 players, because when you give up 3 for 1 like we did, and now we're having maybe some depth issues with some notable absences, to have him scoring at the kind of clip that he is, at the clip of what maybe 2 or 3 players combined, if you take a look at certain parts of people's roster, he's been a huge addition. And I think his gelling and his chemistry with Garrett Rutledge as their history continues has been a big part of their success together.
How important was that for him coming into a situation, do you think, where he's already got that history?
I think the history has a lot to do with it. He had his best season as a Thunderbird under Garrett Rutledge, but I think it's also coming into an atmosphere that quickly made it feel like home for him. Whether it be coach or whether it be the guys who have been so tremendous in the locker room all season long, or whether it be the fans who get rowdy and raucous in the tank, cheering him on and getting to see his special accolades that he's still racking up. I think obviously he still has on his mind to do something that he has not yet gotten to do in this league, and that's win a Commissioner's Cup. And I think he'll be one of, if not the most fueled guys towards that target because of his longevity, specifically in this league, his knowledge of the teams that will be around him, and of course, he's been one of the best playoff performers in the FPHL over the past 4 or 5 years as well.
I was thinking about it, Mateen. To me, what is the star matchup? I mean, obviously Ford steals a lot of that. And if you look at the Ice Cats, Alex Legkoff finished the year as the leading scorer on the team with 91 points, but Patrick Smarcinkevics had 42 goals this year, tied for the league lead with Barrow in Columbus. Both tremendous years. But I think to myself, one of the fun things about our matchup here and with PD is there's a lot of depth on the Ice Cats roster, with Houston Wilson, Dennis Zychik's really come on. I mean, they've got the ability to go deeper. I think Vadim Frolov has come on, but that is also a hallmark for the Rock Lobsters. You guys also all season long have had a lot of depth. Now you mentioned with the Ford trade, yeah, it was a 3-for-1 deal. Do you still feel like that depth is as good as it was, or is it something that might be a little bit of a concern?
I think after the weekend series that we just had in Monroe to sweep the Snakes to win the Continental Division, I'm a little less woe is me than I was maybe the Thursday before. You take a look at the availability or now lack thereof of the Rock Lobsters heading into this first series. You're without Gleb Bandurkin. You're without Daniil Glukaryov, both of those suffering from visa issues. Eric Neely has gone up to the ECHL with the Atlanta Gladiators. Garrett Milan's involvement is somewhat up in the air. You hope that he can make it around back for the first round, but of course he's been out for the last couple of weeks. You go into that series in Monroe with also the suspensions of Johnson and Virgili missing more than 300 points from the roster, and yet still the team dug deep to on Friday win what I thought was the best win in franchise history, and I've gotten a front seat to every game that's happened in franchise history. Um, with that being said, you take a look even now at the depth of scoring, which I think is slightly better than the PD IceCats. Even right now, you take a look, and Athens has 5 20+ goal scorers in comparison to PD's three, with Elijah Wilson scoring his 20th Friday versus Columbus. Ultimately, you're still, I think, looking at the stars as so many uh, people who are watching outside of these two fan bases often do. Um, if Milan comes back, you're talking about four of the top 11 goal scorers in the FPHL. And that leads to a lot of excitement in a playoff series. And ultimately, uh, as Garrett Rutledge has said a lot in our coaches' corners, the stars are the people you look for to help pull your team into the fight and ultimately win big games.
I do have to say I was very impressed with the Monroe series with Athens because I like you was wondering heading into that weekend, looking at the team, I'm like, well, they have every reason not to come out with points here this weekend. The odds were clearly stacked against the Rock Lobsters, especially being on the road. Yet here you are, not only doing a great job, and as you mentioned, that Friday night win was tremendous, but then Saturday that one, I mean, that was a bit of a shocker in its own way, but it was a lot of fun to watch. I think if you're just a fan of hockey, that was a lot of fun to see that game and just to know, hey, that can instill a pretty darn deep belief for Athens here coming into the series.
I think that series was a poetic end in many ways to the regular season. Another one of the most deep rivalries over the past two seasons between the Lobsters and the Moccasins. And it seemed only fitting that Athens' road to the Continental Division clinch went through Monroe. But with that being said, there is, I think, you don't want to get too bogged down in the story between Athens and Monroe. You don't want to get your eyes set on the second round trying to take down the Snakes to send yourself to the final when you've still got a very, very dangerous PD Ice Cat team in front of you in the first round.
Well, let's talk about so you mentioned the history before. Last year against Columbus, it was a first round exit for Athens, right? I mean,
Yeah.
that was I remember that Alex Storjahan power play goal very clearly. I'm sure you do too.
Yep.
And it just the way the series went. I mean, okay, that was one of those where I don't even know that half of the Columbus fan base expected their team to win that, but that's a lesson learned, and there's a lot of carryover, guys. The core is still intact from that team last year. You have to imagine that lesson is still fresh as they approach this series.
I've talked about it time and time again with some of the boys. I will never forget the lap of thanks that the team gave to the fans after the loss in Game 3 against Columbus, and seeing specifically someone like Carter Shinkarik, who you know well as well, and his hunger to have the ultimate honor in this league, to see him go over towards the corner tunnel and then stop and then take another look around and think, man, this was not the way that this was supposed to end. And then packing up my stuff and my gear and seeing Malik Johnson with a towel over his head on the bench, maybe 30, 45 minutes, an hour after the game ended. These are guys who I think showed in Monroe they don't care anymore about everything that's against them. They still have this ultimate desire to win it all. And but I think you take a look at the personality of the PD players, and nobody's going to want to spoil that more than your Patrick's, Marcinkevics, your Alexander Ledkoffs, your Dennis Icheks, who there's been that rivalry, and it's felt more than a rivalry at many times this season. It's felt like a hatred, and nobody's going to want to play spoiler more than the PD Ice Cats for the Rock Lobsters.
And speaking from the Ice Cat side, Mateen, I feel like there is a lot of like that underdog mentality, but in a way, I feel like the fans who've been watching this are looking past PD. And so I think that is inspiration to this hockey club. I think it is, hey, we're an underdog. That's okay. We know who we are. And I think there's a very focused sense of self on this team. And they know, well, let's face it, everybody's got to play their best on both sides. We already know that. But the PD Ice Cats know that they can do it. They've won in some difficult situations this year, but they've also been up and down. There's times when they've struggled in series that perhaps they shouldn't have. And obviously, everyone's dinged up this time of year. You guys are, we are. I mean, that's just the facts of life of playoff hockey. But I really believe the energy in the PD room has got to manifest itself in that game one and come out to a pretty good start. If it does, I feel like the series has a chance to not only be exciting, but perhaps even go long, which will make a long weekend for us, certainly as broadcasters with a potential 3-3. But I really like the fact that number one, PD's gotten deeper on defense, and I want to talk about the Rock Lobsters defense as well. But PD's gotten deeper and a little more veteran on defense. Of course, Timur Razilov, it starts and ends with him. I think somebody told me he was the oldest active player, or perhaps the oldest in league history, to actually pull off the Iron Man and appear in every single game
Wow.
for his team. So that was a pretty cool accomplishment. But then, you bring in guys like Hamilton comes in, who's a little bit older, more veteran player. Xavier Abdella, who's won a championship at this level. Dominic Della Savita, who's on a 3-game point streak. He's been activating quite a bit lately, but is also a very mature, responsible D-man back there. I really like how PD, I mean, quite frankly, I talked about with Coach Gary, started as a completely different team in year one. This is the inaugural season. And you bring in, let's just say, parts, and you try to make it all fit, but then you discover, oh, I need, washers instead of screws, and I need, bolts instead of nuts. And you start to trade those pieces out. I think that it's been a year's worth of exploration for the Ice Cats, but this iteration of the roster is the best one they've had so far. It's deepest so far. And look, I'm a defense wins championship guy. So, what about the Rock Lobsters defense. What about, and it does start with Carter Shinkarik, obviously, but I mean, you've got a pretty stout blue line back there as well.
I think you've got 3 or 4 cowboys, at the blue line, guys who love to get up in the offensive mix, and no one stands out for me more in that regard right now than Dustin Pearlat. Dustin Pearlat has been one of the best players on the team over the past couple of weeks, and he might also be one of the most motivated. I mean, if you wanna talk about, history in this season series between these 2 teams, again, you don't want to point fingers, and ultimately, I guess Dom is not on the roster for this playoff run, but still to go down on the ice and get wheeled off the way that Dusty did on the ice, no doubt. I mean, that is something that's going to live on in his mind for a long, long time. And he having his best run on the ice of the season, I'm extremely excited, especially him coming off of a 3-goal weekend in Monroe. But you take a look at the whole decor. Carter Shinkarik, the top scoring defenseman in the FPHL right now, more than 20 goals, leading in points. Uh, it really starts and ends with him, what he can do on all different phases of the ice, all 3 zones. Ultimately, though, when we talk about the Ice Cats, you're talking a lot about, I think, on the defensive side for Athens, the recovery speed. And I don't think there's been any defenseman in this league that has the recovery speed of Carter Shinkarik. But the rest of the defense is definitely going to be put up to task when we've seen the amount of breakaways that have been given up by the Rock Lobsters, specifically against this Ice Cat team. Ultimately, that then leads to goaltending, which we'll definitely talk about later on in the show as well.
Well, you know what? That's kind of where we're at, right? Goaltending and special teams are the things we need to talk about. So do want to go to goaltending first, but we will talk about the shorthanded ball of fire that is the PD Ice Cats against Athens. But Mateen, it's interesting because the two guys in PD right now weren't here at the beginning of the year. There have been, well, I mean, it's been quite a rotation of goaltenders and trying to see what fits, who works, and you end up with Parker Rutherford and then bring in Brendan Colgan. I know Colgan and I've seen him for a while. I've seen him when he went through the most dominant stretch in league history, set the consecutive shutout mark, set the mark for shutouts in a season, won goaltender of the year. I know he can shut teams down. I've seen him do it, and I've seen him just look unconscious in there. And Parker Rutherford's a completely different player. Colgan is 6'5". He's big. He's an economy of movement guy, but he's quick when he needs to be. Rutherford is very athletic. He actually, I think he and Lavalier kind of share a style in common that way. Just like you look at, oh, here's a guy who's almost more like a blocker in Colgan, and then you've got this athletic guy in Rutherford. Two completely different styles that if you go one versus the other, it kind of is a different game plan for how to beat those goaltenders. And I feel like that's also what Athens has, the difference between McPhail and Lavalier. And in a short series, if it goes back to back to back, two goaltenders becomes a potential actual point of need if you're playing 3 games in 3 nights, which of course we won't know until the end of game 2.
Well, we've talked about the availability issues for Athens, and William Lavalier has had only 1 game since making his return from what was a very successful stint in the ECHL. We'll see if he's available to make a start in the first round. But kind of going off your point, I do think Gary Graham is going to have a more difficult time of selecting who's going in the crease as opposed to Garrett Rutledge. I think you take a look at the stretch down the season. Look, Brendan Colgan is one of the most experienced netminders in this league, and he's let up more than 3 goals just once in his last 6 starts. Meanwhile, Parker Rutherford, when comparing him to someone like Carter McPhail, who I think has just been one of, if not the best, goaltender in the league over the past season, especially over the past month, where he has seen more shots over the past month than he has the whole season. Um, you take a look, Parker Rutherford has maybe not had the same consistency as Carter McPhail, but he's probably had more first star performances. That 51 save performance against Athens back on January 30th, and then the week before that, that historic shutout victory in Binghamton. I think you take in the whole picture right now, the big picture. Gary Graham will look at the performances that Rutherford had towards the beginning of the year at his start in PD, and then Brendan Colgan over the last 6 games. It might be difficult to select who's going in game one for Gary Graham.
I'll be honest with you. I really like Carter McPhail. I think he's a great goaltender. I love watching him play. I would love to see nothing more than obviously PD to chase Carter McPhail, but it's a tall order, especially come this time of year because it's going to boil down to mistakes, whether it's goaltending, whether it's defense, anything. I mean, a simple chip gone wrong all of a sudden could turn into a goal in transition going the other way. Every little thing matters so much, Mateen. And I really do think these games are going to be super tight. And defense and goaltending. And we talk about the star forwards, right? But they can only get so many opportunities if they're being sealed off on the wall or they're not being allowed to control the puck and the puck possession game and the cycle game and all that goes away if you never get to set it up in the first place. And I think that's really what is going to be the ethos of this whole series and why I think it's going to be just fantastic hockey.
Yeah, I think you take a look at if there was stats tracked on how much breakaways that Athens has given up this season, it's probably been to the PD IceCats more than any other team, even on average per game, because we've played the IceCats so many times. But I don't think there's a better breakaway goaltender against other teams than Carter McPhail this season. I think what will stand out for me on the offensive side for Athens is they've maybe got stuck in their own way or in their own head at times about scoring the pretty goal, making the extra pass, as opposed to maybe just getting pucks on net. I think we saw a shift of that mentality in Monroe, and I would really love to see if it continues to translate in the first round against the Ice Cats.
Well, sometimes it literally is just a matter of taking what the other team does give you, especially in these pressure pack situations, just like that. And Mateen, that's a great segue over into special teams because I don't know, and none of us know until we play the game how much of a factor penalties are going to be. Historically, things tighten up in the playoffs, and you really don't get as many chances. Referees tend to let the guys play. They don't necessarily want to be the reason a game or a series was decided. So I mean, maybe we're looking at 3 power plays each in a game, maybe even less, depending on how it is. I could see these two teams having very few chances on special teams to begin with, and that's going to make each one of them extremely precious.
I think historically, it depends on how much you can keep your head. I think there's been a lot of frustration that the Lobsters have given the Ice Cats this season, no doubt. But when you take a look at the play of the Twins, without really getting into much about what I think about it, no matter what you think of it, I think there's no doubt that there's something about the Twins that has really gotten under the Lobsters' shell this season, for lack of a better term. And I know Dominic's isn't as a part of the playoff run, may not be. He may come back. I don't know. I don't think, as of recording, that the PD playoff roster has been announced yet. But I think Patrick Marcinkiewicz is still scoring at an insane clip of production right now. I do think he slowed down a step, not much more than a step, but a step, not having that twin telepathy on the ice. When that goes into special teams, you take a look at who has killed Athens on the shorthand this year. It's been those two brothers. Uh, Athens has given up 10 shorthanded goals this season, and 4 of those came at the hands of the PD Ice Cats. But I also think there's that edge of the game on the penalty kill that PD has been missing a little bit more lately. I don't know if that's because of the absence of Dominic's. PD led the league at one point in shorthanded goals, and now it's been more than a month, I believe, than we've seen the Ice Cats score down a man.
And I actually asked Gary Graham about this. I talked to a couple of the players about this, and I said, what changed? Because they used to pressure, or I felt, okay, they pressured a lot, and that's why they scored, is they were able to break up ice. And as you mentioned, I mean, the Marcinkiewicz twins, Houston Wilson's another example. Dennis Zajic has done an excellent job killing penalties along with Nick Gullo. And honestly, coach's response was along the lines of nothing's really changed, but he believes that it's a little less fire wagon in its approach and that they would much rather kill the penalty than trade the rush one way than the other way on the power play. And that's something he's been trying to drill into them. It's like, well, if you don't score on that chance, if it's odd man going one way, guess what? It's going to be odd man going the other way when you're shorthanded. And yeah, it's a little bit of live by the sword, die by the sword. It's not that the chances have been a little fewer. I think they're a little bit more inclined to dump a puck or to wheel it back now, even to the defense, as opposed to trying to push in. And this is maturity, the team. This is the maturity of this team that has been growing this year to be able to, instead of, man, I'm just going to drive this wall come hell or high water. I'm going to cut across the slot and see if I can make it through. Instead, now on the penalty kill, there's a little bit more of an awareness to possess the puck longer and grind more of that time down. And I think they've done a better job of that. The Ice Cats have in the second half. Now, I'm not saying the penalty kill is the best in the league. It's, still a work in progress, as they all are. But I feel like that has probably contributed to it more than anything else. But yes, it's been noticeable. I agree with you. It's been a while since we've seen just that crazy fire wagon shorthanded rush chance. But you never know. In the playoffs, these guys more so will try to put on the cape and the tights and be Superman. And everybody wants to be the guy, right? And the big players step up in the big moments. That's where you hope they find the ability to balance between trying to do too much and making the smart play, the right play that helps your team win a game and then by extension a series.
I think no matter where you are in the story of a game or a series, you always have to be careful of what PD can provide on the shorthand. Say you're up a goal with 3 minutes left in regulation and you're on the power play, you still can't take your foot off the gas because you know what a Patrick Marcinkevics, you know what a Houston Wilson is capable of if they get in behind your last defenseman and towards your netminder. They have been one of the best teams in shorthanded scoring still this year. I think they're still in second place behind Monroe. With it now being postseason and now with it being all to play for, I wonder if that is an edge that we see return to the PD Ice Cat game in the postseason.
And again, how many power play chances are we actually going to see in the games? So that's I don't think that game one and game two will necessarily mirror one another, but Mateen, I do wonder. And your comment earlier, I think about discipline is huge, and it's going to be telling in this series. Whichever team really can stay disciplined and not let the other team get the better of them, I think really has the biggest chance to win it.
Well, I think, like I said, there is some calm, cool, collected manner now with the Rock Lobsters, knowing that one half of the brothers that caused them so much frustration. And it's interesting. I think the Marcinkevics brothers, do they play a little bit of mind games? I do think they do, but obviously it's at a huge advantage to them. I think ultimately the biggest frustration that they cause is in their talent. I mean, I've heard players talk about um, it's so frustrating to play against them, the way that they can put the puck in your skates, get around you, shoot through your legs, find the back of the net. They do things that just other players aren't capable of doing at a large production around the FPHL. So no doubt, Patrick Marcinkevics is still going to be, in my mind, the player to watch no matter what. However, you take a look at someone and a rookie like Alexander Ledkov, who it's difficult for me to remember someone who is as young as he is be as good in this league. Um, his lethality in shooting has been one of, if not the best, in this season. I mean, he's scoring right now on a nearly a fifth of his shots on net. So right now, I think the biggest priority, whether it be 5-on-5, whether it be 5-on-4 on a power play, whether it be 4-on-5 on the shorthand, you have to keep Patrick's and Alexander from getting as many open looks on the Athens net as possible.
So, Mateen, as we go to wrap this up, we're not going to do what we think is going to happen in the series because obviously I'm picking PD, obviously you're picking Athens. Okay, that's fine. That's out of the way. Who is your candidate for your team's unsung hero? Who's going to come from out of nowhere to become the big playoff name of the series?
Unfortunately, I think people always look at what's going on the scoring side of things. And I think someone who has been the big unsung hero for Athens this year, and it hasn't because of what he's been doing on the scoring side, is Joe Colatarsi. Joe Colatarsi is one of the few profiles on the Athens blue line who is a true stay-at-home defenseman, not really known for his puck moving, although he's very good at it, not necessarily known for his scoring, though he's found the back of the net, or his playmaking, though he could pass the puck. He is so good at sniffing out danger, knowing when to tie a guy up at the wall, the perfect poke check. And unfortunately, that's not going to show up on the score sheet. But when you talk about unsung heroes and dealing with this PD team that can really strap the thrusters on and attack your net, I think Joe Colatarsi is going to be an extremely important piece of the blue line. But I'm excited to hear who you think on the PD side.
You know what? So if I were going to go defense, I would say Timur Razilov. He finally got his first goal of the season
Yep.
after having one called back, one tipped in by a teammate accidentally, like so much stuff. I was beginning to think Timur would never score, but I'm so glad he did finally. And so was the whole team. But he's just been a workhorse back there all year. He's just very smart, veteran guy. Like just he's a great leader, and got the A halfway through the season and really deserves it more than anybody else that I could possibly think of. But the guy who I think gets overlooked a lot is Dennis Zychek.
Yep.
He's a horse in the faceoff circle. He kills penalties. And what he does, speaking of doesn't show up on a score sheet, his puck possession game for the FPHL is insane. He goes into a corner and comes out with the puck, and he has guys draped on him, and he can hang on to the puck. And the way he can maintain that possession or recover possession, in addition to winning those faceoffs and just working his tail off, makes him the guy for me, that I think it has a chance to make a huge impact in this series. So
Me and you have gotten into those kind of conversations like broadcasters do of, who would you take out of our team? Oh, I would take this person out of your team. And I think me and you got into this kind of conversation once. And Dennis Zychek was my selection because, in my opinion, he's one of the best two-way forwards in the FPHL, and what he does on the defensive side of things, I don't think anyone is as tenacious on a back check as a forward as Dennis Zychek is, and of course with his face-off numbers as well. He can find himself in so many different important scenarios and may not get on the score sheet, although he's found a score sheet a lot more in the second half of the season. He is an incredibly talented player, and we talk about someone who might not always show up, but shows up on the ice instead of the score sheet. I think that's a great selection from your part.
yep, makes it an awful lot of fun for us heading into this series. So, Mateen, if folks want to watch on the Rock Lobster side, I know 99% of people watching this video know where we are, but where can they find you?
Yeah, you can find us on the official Athens Rock Lobster YouTube page. Of course, you can always watch on Sporfy side if you really want to be able to get those extra angles behind the net. It's going to be a fun playoff run. Tom, where can they find you on the PD IceCats side?
The Ice Cats is at PD Ice Cats on YouTube. We are there. We are also available at 100.5 FM in Florence and along the Cumulus network of radio stations. We're on in Myrtle Beach. We're on in North Charleston. We're also on in Columbia for occasional games in Columbia, but right around that 100 area on the FM dial, but 100.5 FM in Florence is where you can find us. So that, and follow us on social media, both teams. I mean, there's plenty dropping throughout the week. If you want to be kept up to date on everything going on with our rosters, our playoff announcements, all of that, keep it pinned to both of those team websites as well. So, Mateen, I will see you on Friday night, and I'm looking forward to game one.
And let me shout from the rooftops for both PD, for the Ice Cat Nation and Crustacean Nation. This might be an intense rivalry between these two teams, but it doesn't go as far as their broadcasters. I love you, Tom. You are my friend, and I'm very excited to see you this weekend.
There is no one I would rather have a round one preview with than you, my friend. And I am just so excited that we get to see each other again because we just have fun. We're up there having a great time.
Well, hopefully it's a different result from last year's first round where me and you were in the booth.
I don't recall what happened.
We won't get into it.
I love you, buddy. I love you. Absolutely. So, all right, everybody. Well, we're looking forward to it. Game 1, Friday night in Athens. Game 2, back in Florence. By the way, 7:15 p.m. I know it's a little weird face off in Florence, but 7:15 p.m. on the Saturday night. And then Sunday, Mateen, am I correct? 4:05?
Correct.
Okay. Very good. All right. If necessary, Sunday back in Athens. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you being here and hanging out with us for our round 1 preview. Athens Rock Lobsters, PD IceCats. For Mateen, I'm Tom. Talk to you soon. Everyone, and welcome in. It's time for playoff hockey. Oh, there's nothing like it, and I'm so glad you could join us. Tom Callahan here with you at Athens Ford Arena. Looking forward to the first ever playoff game in PD IceCats history. Tonight, Game 1 of a best-of-3 series against the Athens Rock Lobsters. Starts here in Athens with Game 1. Game 2 back in the PD tomorrow night at Florence Center, 7:15 p.m. And if you haven't got your tickets yet, you still can through the Florence Center box office or online at Ticketmaster.com for that game. Looking forward to having everybody out there tomorrow night. And it is a whiteout game, so please come down and join us for that. Throw the records out the window. We hear it all the time. Yes, it's a bit cliche, but hey, once you're into the playoffs, anything goes. And quite frankly, of the two divisions, I think the Continental Division, of which both Athens and PD belong, is the real up-for-grabs division this year. So you've got Monroe and Columbus going head-to-head. They start their series an hour from now tonight in Monroe, and Athens and PD starting here this evening as well. Any one of those four teams could easily represent the Continental in this year's Commissioner's Cup final. The season series between these two teams, and there's a reason PD wants to throw the records out, finished 4-9-1 from the view of the IceCats. So points in 5, certainly not the way they wanted to end the year on those 14 games. But I will tell you this, PD, a completely different team from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. They are much improved. They're very much changed in the way they play the game, in their personnel. They've made a lot of trades, a lot of signings. This has been a team that in its inaugural season has been in a state of constant evolution. Now it's led them to a point where they were able to separate from the Twin City Thunderbirds, make it into the postseason in their inaugural year of competition here in the FPHL. And they've got a very optimistic, I dare say, outlook on this series, because they have shown not only can they beat Athens, but they can win here at Athens Ford Arena, which is not an easy task. And so for PD tonight, there's a lot of things to keep in mind as they come out here, but first and foremost is definitely going to be to stay away from this Rock Lobsters power play. A lot of offensive weapons, a lot of offense from the defense coming from the Rock Lobsters, and that's going to be something incredibly important for this team to consider and remember as they get through here into this series, because right now for the IceCats, winning on the road, there's certain advantages you don't have. You don't have the benefit of last change. It's very hard to match up lines. You've got to really, to a man, be aware of what's going on out there, and you've really got to make sure that you are playing your absolute best hockey from the drop of the puck, and it means staying out of the box as much as possible. Of course, we have a lot to get to in the Powers Properties pregame show, and not the least of which is our chat with head coach Gary Graham. We're going to talk to him. We've got starting lineups coming your way in just a little bit. We're going to talk about the starting goaltenders, and we're not too far from getting it underway here for Game 1 of this best-of-3 Continental Division semifinal series, a little bit more than 10 minutes from now. So stay tuned. We'll be right back with that chat with head coach Gary Graham on the other side of the break. This is IceCats Playoff Hockey.
You're watching the IceCats Broadcast Network. This portion of today's broadcast is brought to you by Stanley Steamer. Stanley Steamer of Florence provides professional deep cleaning services and comprehensive care for a cleaner, healthier home. Butler's Men's Shop, your one-stop shop for men. Everything from tuxedos and suits to sportswear, we have it all. Integrative Health Solutions, your partners in health.
Life happens on your floors, but when dirt, spills, and messes take over, it's time to call the experts. Stanley Steamer of Florence provides a deep cleaning technology that removes dirt and allergens, leaving your floors fresh and spotless. Breathe easier and enjoy a cleaner, healthier home with Stanley Steamer. Call or visit us online today. Stanley Steamer, your home deserves it. In today's world, first impressions matter. Step into a realm of sophistication at Butler's Fine Men's Clothing. From timeless tuxedos and elegant suits to refined sportswear, Butler's offers a collection that defines class and confidence. Embrace the tradition, experience the luxury, and stand out with style. Butler's Fine Men's Clothing, where every stitch speaks volumes.
At Integrative Health Solutions, your health is our top priority. With our multimodal, polytherapeutic approach, we offer a wide range of services tailored just for you. From chiropractic adjustments to nutritional counseling and innovative therapies like low-level laser and dry needling, we are here to enhance your well-being. Take charge of your health with Integrative Health Solutions. Visit us today and discover a healthier you.
Da Massimo Ristorante Italiano, where culinary passion meets the art of hospitality. Established in 2010, our restaurant was born out of a love for authentic flavors and a commitment to providing our guests with a memorable dining experience. At Da Massimo, we believe that food is more than just sustenance. It's a celebration of culture and community. Whether you're here for a cozy dinner, a festive celebration, we look forward to serving you.
No matter which four clips you walk into, you'll know it's special, and just for you. Our stylists don't guess your best cut. They are experts in men's and boys' hair. Our cutting zone has all the basics and specialized equipment, from our comfortable cutting chairs to an array of specialized cutting tools and clippers. We got you covered. Visit Sport Clips of Florence today, located at 1940 Hoffmeyer Road, Suite D. We are the pros in men's hair.
You're watching the IceCats Broadcast Network.
Come back here before tonight's game. It is playoff game number 1 in franchise history. Head coach Gary Graham joining us. Gary, we made it. It's game 1 here tonight. I just want to ask you first and foremost about your mindset coming in to this team's first ever playoffs appearance.
Well, how fitting is it to play Athens, right? The team that we've battled against the whole season. You know, we've heard the whole league talk about this team as the darlings of the league. They're loaded. They got a great facility here, good fan base, a lot of experience, tons of offense. A fantastic goalie, McPhail. It's going to be a heck of a matchup. You know, we've had our ups and downs against Athens. I think we've closed the gap over the last probably 2 months. Had some good wins, been able to win in this barn. Last time we were in here, didn't play all that great, but for us, we're excited as heck to be in here, and we want to play spoiler.
For a team in its first season, there is no history, right, to rely on. You're not the Montreal Canadiens. So when you talk to the boys in the room about, hey, this is a chance maybe to make a legacy, is that part of the speech, or is it just, hey, it's a playoff game, let's go? What are you saying right now? Well,
for our team, the personality and makeup of the team, it's more just about keeping them focusing on the first game. I think with our group this year, when we've tried to put things bigger than the game itself, we haven't necessarily responded good. This group responds better. Just let them go out and play. And obviously, we got to have a strategy. We got a game plan that we want to follow to a T. When we do that, we have success against Athens. But for me, I don't want guys playing tight. There's a lot of guys. I think the biggest thing is that's an experienced group in Athens. They got chip on their shoulder from getting knocked out in the first round last year. They got a lot to play for. They got a lot of returning seasoned older guys. For us, we're a little bit younger with our experience in terms of playoff experience. So to me, I want them just to embrace the moment, get the experience, and let's go out and again make some noise.
So game 1 on the road, which is unusual in this league in the best of 3. Normally game 1 is at home. Do you actually kind of like being on the road for game 1? Maybe not all the pressure and the distractions of being at home, or would you rather be at home?
It doesn't matter to me.
Okay, that's fair. So coming out then, let's talk about Athens. I mean, this is a team, as you mentioned, you had some success, second half especially, and in this building. Looking at that team and for PD tonight, lineup-wise, what are you looking at that's going to be effective?
Well, I think the biggest thing I've told these guys against Athens is you do not want to go into a game thinking that you want to win a 4-3, 5-4 game. We call that riverboat gambling. We need to win a tight defensive game against them. That's the way you have to beat this team. You have to put defense above all other things. They're so dynamic. They got 10 forwards that can all score. They're getting tons of offense from their D-core in terms of Bartuccio Pereira, Dustin Pralat. You have Carson Carrick. You got 3 Devin Maya. You have 4 of the best offensive D in the league on that team in terms of joining the rush and stuff. So for us, we just have to be very aware of playing a complete defensive game. When we do that, that leads to our offense, and that's what we got to remember.
Well, it sounds like a great lead-in for keys to the game. What would you add to that?
Well, we got to stay above them. We got to get on them and get above them. Biggest thing is keeping them off those rush opportunities. They're very dynamic off the rush. They create a ton off the rush. And again, for us, if we play tight through the neutral zone, that's when we do our best job against these guys. So we just got to we got to track well. We got to try to do a good job with good backside puck pressure, hunt them from behind. And again, when we do that, we're more connected as a group in terms of breaking the puck out as well. And that makes it easier for us to go north.
All right, Gary, thanks for joining us. Best of luck tonight.
Thanks, Tom.
Back with the drop of the puck. Game 1 coming up in just a moment. This is IceCats Hockey.
You're watching the IceCats Broadcast Network. This portion of today's broadcast is brought to you by Evening Shade Incorporated. Trusted team with over 2 decades of experience. Gorget Distilling Company. Revolutionize your spirit. The law office of W. James Hoffmeyer, serving South Carolina since 1992. Kimbrell's Furniture, affordable home furnishings. Evening Shade has been serving the Florence area for over 20 years. As a 3M and SunTech authorized dealer, the Evening Shade team is qualified and ready to help you with your project. Whether it's residential window tinting, paint protection film for your vehicle, commercial signage, or vehicle wraps, we can do it all. Evening Shade Incorporated. Trust a team with over 2 decades of experience.
Gorget is a local craft distillery based in Lugoff, South Carolina, producing rum, vodka, whiskey, and bourbon in small batches. Founded in 2015 by 3 local gentlemen, Gorget has a fine line of handmade, local spirits. No matter what you desire, we have something for you. Isn't it about time you revolutionize your spirit? Visit us online at gorgetdistilling.com.
At the law office of W. James Hoffmeyer, we strive to help our clients in whatever situation they are facing. Whether you need help with criminal law, personal injury, or family law, our hard-working team will assist you throughout the process with compassion and integrity. Our goal is to always provide our clients with outstanding representation and advocacy throughout their case. The law office of W. James Hoffmeyer, serving South Carolina since 1992.
At Kimbrell's, we believe that you deserve furniture that's as unique as your family. From comfortable sofas and love seats to chairs, tables, rugs, entertainment centers, and recliners you'll never want to leave. We have everything you need to create the living room of your dreams. Check out the Kimbrell's website for inspiration or stop by and see everything for yourself.
We are live at Zapata's Grill on the IceCats Broadcast Network. Let's see what the IceCats are ordering.
I want quesadilla, California. I want fajitas cocoon. I get burrito from Terra. Frijoles refritos.
Here comes the food. Teamer with a double liner for elbowing. Zapata's Grill, a preferred restaurant partner of the PD IceCats. Teamer, how'd you feel about the food?
Timur approved. Para PD!
You're watching the IceCats Broadcast Network.
All right, Anthem in the books before tonight's Game 1 of this Continental Division semifinal series between the Athens Rock Lobsters and your PD IceCats. We're going to take a quick 10-second break along the network for station identification. Back here on IceCats Hockey, Tom Callahan here with you getting ready. We have a ceremonial puck drop, so that gives me time to tell you that the anthem was presented by your local State Farm agent, Austin Wilson. And tonight's starting lineups are brought to you by Seminar Brewing. It is going to be Brendan Colgan, the veteran, getting the Game 1 nod here for PD. 14-16, 0-3 in the regular season with an .887 save percentage and a 4.01 goals against. One shutout to his credit, opposed by Carter McPhail. 24-7-0-0 during the regular campaign with a .923 save percentage, 2.93 goals against, and 3 shutouts. But in the postseason, all of that gets reset, and everybody starts at zeros, including our starting lineup up front for this PD IceCats team. It's Dennis Zajic. And on the wings for Zajic at center. On the left side, it'll be Vadim Frolov. On the right, Alexander Lenkov. Defensively, Timur Razilov, Dominic Della Savita. Della Savita ending the regular season on a 3-game point streak. Let's see if he can carry that forward. IceCats in the white uniforms, baby blue buckets, black pants, and already Lenkov is at center. Shoving with, I believe that's Jesse Lowell to start things off here. Indeed, it is Lowell and Lenkov. Boy, you don't think the playoffs ratchet up a notch. Here we go. IceCats heading left to right on your radio dial as we are underway. Game 1. Zajic in on the left side with a quick wrist shot, and McPhail a glove save he'll hold on to. Shinkarik just gave a chop to Lenkov as he went by, and the linesmen are going to get involved early here. Boy, both of these teams are going to want to set a tone, and they're going to want to set it quickly. Believe you me, this is going to be the most intense game. If you're not familiar with playoff hockey, this is going to be the most intense thing you've seen. And they're going to leave it all out there. Face-off coming up to the right of McPhail. And the draw, tied up on the circle fed to the left point. Here's Hamilton. With a shot through traffic, save McPhail, and again, Shinkarik with several cross-checks in front of the net. This time he's hitting his number sake, I should say, number 14, Noah Robinson, out there with Gullo. And flanked on the left side by Welsh. This time Athens able to move that draw out to center. Popoff is out there. Jordan Popoff returning to the lineup. Here's Welsh moving in on the right side. Cleared the line past Popoff, and down it goes. Hamilton coming back after it. He'll play it out to center. It'll be interesting to see how these two teams approach this game. Obviously, the physical side of things is up. But as far as trying to be conservative, trying to play a, quote, safer game, making sure pucks leave the zone. As right now it's tied up and kept in at the left point there. Gullo's going to head on off the ice, and Athens going to peel out for a change with Popoff looking up the middle. His pass is tipped, pops up in the air, comes down, and now it's a turnover. Here's Johnson in with a shot. Save Colgan, and the rebound cleared by Hamilton as Frolov ran into Popoff and let Johnson walk free. Greco big hook. Puck ahead, though. Left side, Lenkov driving in. Zajic a shot into his left. McPhail the save as he came across. Boy, Zajic didn't get all of that. But the feed over forced McPhail to quickly come to his left to make a save. Lenkov drew the defender over towards him. That was Maye. As he cut wide, he might have been able to make a play towards the net, but knew that he had Zajic there in a quick 2-on-1 situation. Let him take the shot. So it'll be Houston Wilson out there with Elijah Wilson, Patrick Smarson-Kevics. Good to see Houston Wilson back in the lineup as well. Puck onto the left pointers. McGill Diaz with a shot. That one blocked and tumbles wide. Speaking of players making their return, Garrett Milan back out there. 87 points in the regular season for Milan. He missed the last couple of games as Houston Wilson spilled in the corner with a check there, but Milan returning tonight wearing number 10. Not at 100%, we know, but
whatever percent he can give him is good enough to put him in the lineup. Long shot in on Colgan. He'll steer it aside with the right pad. Puck at the right point. Rock Lobsters again a chance. Colgan a save. Rebound is cleared up the middle, and down the ice it goes. Marcinkiewicz stays up on the forecheck while his mates change. Milan will tip the puck deep. Back after it is McGill Diaz. And he'll look to turn it up on the left side, but it's turned over at the line. Mack, but he fed it to an open wing, and Marcinkiewicz coming back for it. Bedard left it around the near side, but that's turned over. Kaljan now a shot and a left pad save there. Colgan got a piece of that one. Nice stop by Brendan Colgan coming to his left. Bedard moving it out to center. Boy, you can just see how every giveaway is magnified here in the playoffs. The intensity is so high right now as Gullo tips one way out of play. Every time these two teams go by one another, there's extra stick work, there's an extra shot, little chop, little tap, butt end, a spear, whatever. Everybody wants to get inside the other guy's kitchen. So Zajac, Frolov, Lykov out up front. Athens will control the face-off. Left side, Shinkarik moving it ahead. It's tipped on in, and out to play it is Colgan behind the net. He'll fling it around the far side glass. Comes to the line, not out. Now it is out off the body of Legkov. Kolatarsi has to go back for it. He'll send it to the line over the head of Mack. Bouncing puck left at the side of the net for Della Savita. Della Savita tried to move it ahead. Shot right back in on goal. Colgan electing to hold it. Would rather calm things down a little bit here. 2:55 into this first period. No score, but already 9 combined shots on goal. 5 for Athens, 4 for PD. Dennis Zajac, who has shown all season long in the face-off circle, is in there across from Croucher. Face-off is pushed ahead. Frolov steps up for it. He does get it out over the line. Turn back in onside. Here's Croucher on the right wing. His shot, and again a blocker save there. Colgan puck up to the point. One coming in is blocked. And now it'll be off the wall. Razilov through center. Zajac up on the forecheck. Shinkarik will backhand it away. Virgili reaching for it. A bouncer in over the line, left side. Johnson, and now a penalty coming up on PD. First power play of the game. And it's going to be a high sticking call against Timur Razilov. Athens to the early power play. Regular season, they were 21.1%. That was 6th. The Bluefish IT Solutions penalty kill finished 10th for the IceCats, 78.9%. Down the stretch, not nearly as effective as it was early on in the regular season. 3:22 time of the penalty. Face off to the left of Colgan. Controlled by Athens, and they'll go to work setting up shot. Far side. Ford steps on the puck, lost his balance, and that allows a clear. It'll be Marcinkiewicz starting with Gullo, Popoff, and Hamilton on defense. It's always more difficult when you're killing off a penalty with a defenseman in the box, especially when you rely on as much as Razilov. Here's Croucher in. Backdoor feed didn't connect. Around it goes and out of the zone. PD going for the change here, and Hamilton with a big hit at the line as he knocks Croucher down and clears the puck all in one motion. Back in on the right side, Athens in, and they say that was onside. Puck comes around to the near wall. Milan trying to dig it out. Frolov in the pile. Free to Hamilton. Hamilton will slip it behind the net to Bedard, who's got a moment, and he'll fling it ahead. And now Zajac chasing it, but it skipped off the toe of his stick. And Shinkarik turning it the other way. Back in comes Athens. They're 2-on-2. Rushing left side. Milan in with a shot. Save Colgan. It's up in the blocker, and he'll hang on. And now Milan and Bedard shoving a little bit. 4.5 minutes into this first period. The energy is high. And if you look at it from the Athens side of the coin, this is a Rock Lobsters team that felt they deserved better last year, bounced in the first round by Columbus in a deciding Game 3 right here on this sheet of ice. And that Athens team took that series loss pretty personally. And now against what some might consider an upstart, certainly an underdog, PD IceCats team. They don't want to let the same thing happen, but as I told you in that pregame show brought to you by Powers Properties, boy, absolutely anything can happen for the 4 teams in the Continental. Shot coming in from Paralat, stopped and held by Colgan. 47 seconds to go in the Rock Lobsters power play, scoreless here in the first. Hamilton and Popoff out there with Marcinkiewicz and Zajac. Zajac winning it back. Hamilton and Popoff pursuing. Sent to the far side. Marcinkiewicz to Zajac on the backhand. He'll scoop it down the ice. Athens will set it up. Through center, Virgili trying to turn it the other way. Puck in the skates of Hamilton, who plays the body. Smart play there, and that allows Zajac to get it out again. 5 minutes into the first. No score, and time ticking down on this Rock Lobsters power play. 17 seconds to go on the man advantage. Maillet back in for the wing. A shot, save made. Popoff tried to clear. Didn't get out of there. Robinson does end up with it, though. He'll skate it out. Here's Houston Wilson up the right side. Wilson cutting in wide. Wilson with a shot, save McPhail. Big rebound up the slot, taken away by Athens. And now the pass ahead out of the box is Razilov, who tripped the linesman coming out of there. It's cleared back through center. Looks like he's all right. Back the other way. Athens will step in, and now a look ahead here. Robinson trying to find Wilson, goes right side to Bedard, and Bedard's going to flip it in. IceCats will reset the lines here. As the Rock Lobsters towards center, but the pass picked off, dumped right back in. Legkov up on the right wing. He'll pressure Pereira behind the net. Greco gives him a two-hand as he goes by. I tell you what, Legkov has drawn more slashes already in the first 6 minutes of this game than he has probably all season. Croucher feeds it up top. A shot, save Colgan. Rebound is cleared to the near side corner. Picard sending it behind the net. And it bounces past Calgin, who puts Elijah Wilson into the glass, but he plays it around to the near side. Ends up with Della Savita out through center off Elijah Wilson's stick. And Picard moving it ahead. Milan trying to cut in through the D to his left, in for a chance, and he was disrupted enough that the shot turned wide. Side of the net, Lowell tripped down over there by Frolov, and they let that one go. Legkov out to center with Frolov now. They'll drive the left wing. Legkov into the slot. Frolov cutting in. He shoots and scores! Vadim Frolov! The IceCats strike first. It's 1-0. 6:41 into Game 1. Frolov and Legkov combining here for a huge first goal on the road. And they break the ice. IceCats take advantage of a break back in the defensive zone. They go down the ice, and Athens was looking for the penalty call that they didn't get, and I don't know if they were more focused on that than getting back, but either way, that's huge for the PD IceCats, as Welsh will move the puck ahead, driving the right side. Gullo in the right wing corner, backhand flip in front. Welsh couldn't quite connect with it. Bouncer to the line, and it does come out. Bedard will back it up to McGill Diaz. Back onto the right side of Bedard. So there's a trivia question answer for you. First playoff goal in PD IceCats history is Vadim Frolov. Bedard back in on the right side. He'll swing it around onto the far side. Kolatarsi over there to pick it up. 7:20 into the first. 1-0 PD in the lead. Left wing side, here's Croucher driving the wall behind the net on the backhand. Out the far side, pass to the point is tipped along, kept in right point. Paralot steps down the wing. He's pinned up on the boards, far side. Houston Wilson battling for it. McGill Diaz took a swat, bouncing puck. Now it's moved ahead. Elijah Wilson backhands it ahead. Marcinkiewicz to pick it up, moves up with Houston Wilson. Feeds it to him on the left side. He'll curl, stop, look for help. Fights through a hook, feeds it up top, up between the D and out of the zone. Popoff at center, swings it around the rim, and it's slowed down by McPhail. Paralot back to the near side with it. Around the wall it comes to Johnson. At the line, Popoff holding it in. Elijah Wilson right side. Pinned up on the boards over there. Croucher with him. Behind the net, Shinkarik feeding it up onto the right wing. Virgili put the pass into the skates of the linesman. And that forces Athens to feed it back. And now Marcinkiewicz on the forecheck, forcing a turnover. Left sider's Legkov in, looking for a feed in front, but that one taken away by Pereira. Puck still not out of danger, though. Milan putting it up on the wall. Heavy hit. Marcinkiewicz in the corner. Milan goes back after him and keeps chopping at him. Play goes the other way. Cleared back down the ice. They'll say no icing here. Or no, they do call icing. And we're going to get to a break. 8:41 into the first. 1-0 IceCats. And boy, I tell you what, Garrett Milan was far more interested in trying to swing his stick at Patrick's Marcinkiewicz after he just absolutely cleaned him out in the corner. Oh, first period action brought to you by your PD area GMC dealers. We'll take a break and come back with more in a moment. This is IceCats Hockey.
You're watching the IceCats Broadcast Network. Evening Shade has been serving the Florence area for over 20 years. As a 3M and SunTech authorized dealer, the Evening Shade team is qualified and ready to help you with your project. Whether it's residential window tinting, paint protection film for your vehicle, commercial signage, or vehicle wraps, we can do it all. Evening Shade Incorporated. Trust a team with over 2 decades of experience.
Dal Massimo Ristoranti Italiano, where culinary passion meets the art of hospitality. Established in 2010, our restaurant was born out of a love for authentic flavors and a commitment to providing our guests with a memorable dining experience. At Dal Massimo, we believe that food is more than just sustenance. It's a celebration of culture and community. Whether you're here for a cozy dinner, a festive celebration, we look forward to serving you.
Back here on IceCats Hockey, Tom Callahan here with you. 1-0 PD in the lead. Vadim Frolov, the goal, is first of the playoffs. First in IceCats playoff history. 8:41 into the opening frame. Face-off to the left of Brendan Colgan. Zajac in for the face-off. It's won back, controlled by Athens. Popoff steps ahead. Nice play through the circle. Gets it free to Marcinkiewicz. Ahead looking for Legkov. He tips it down to Weissing. Off the puckboard, kick right to him. Wrap around with an empty net. McPhail getting back. Somehow might have got a piece. Puck stays out. Athens coming the other way. Offside. Milan was in early, and we've got a penalty coming up. And Jordan Popoff is heading to the box. I believe, no, it's going to be Frolov. So the second time Athens draws a power play. Frolov, a hooking call. .857. Time of the penalty. Rock Lobsters 0 for 1 with a man advantage. It is the second chance here on this Bluefish IT Solutions penalty kill. Pretty good first one for the PD IceCats. Only a couple of shots for Athens. Face-off will be to the left of Colgan. Gullo out there with Marcinkiewicz. It'll be Hamilton and Popoff on D to start things off here. And Athens will control the face-off. They go to work setting it up. Right side forward into the slot. There's a shot. Right pad save. Colgan. Sharp stop there. Marcinkiewicz delays. He'll skate it ahead. Through center. Marcinkiewicz pressing in. Left side. Wrist shot. And he just missed on the glove side. Nice job to use the defenders as a screen there. Just couldn't quite put that one on the rectangle. Back the other way. Athens will push in. Milan to the right side in the circle. Lowell tried to leave it to him. Pushed to the wall. Milan right corner. Banks it around behind the net. Croucher back down to the left half boards. In behind the net, Lowell. Lowell is pushed by Hamilton over there, and the puck is backhanded out of danger by Zajac to center. PD tried to get a quick change. Houston Wilson is the only fresh skater they got out of it, and he is knocked down. Puck up the wall, and now a chance to clear as that one is sent out by Zajac, who takes an extra chop there from Ford. A lot of stick work in the early part of this first period here. as we are now at the halfway mark of this opening frame. 1-0 PD in the lead. Game 1 of a best-of-3 here in the Continental Division semifinal. Puck turned over, and Wilson will backhand it out to center. Athens will start a change. PD also getting a change going here. Left side, a pass ahead on the right wing, cutting in. Leafers leaving it up top. A shot. Colgan, blocker save. Rebound picked up by Elijah Wilson. He pushes it in behind the net. Leafers and Virgili battling back there. Bedard in the pile. Razilov swings it around. It gets partially blocked and stays in the right half while Maye into the corner. Athens trying to center side of the net. It ends up top of the circle. Maye, a shot, save made, rebound, they score! Virgili on the backhand. Colgan had a little bit of trouble with that loose puck there. Virgili with a blind swat is able to just find the daylight there. A power play goal for Athens. .10:47 time of the goal, and well, the Rock Lobsters catch a little bit of puck luck right there. And this game's knotted up. Off the face-off at center. Athens ends up with the puck. Johnson clearing it in on the left side. We go back to 5-on-5. As I mentioned, it is a power play goal for the Rock Lobsters. They swing it around, looking for Croucher. Puck ends up on the far side, and now the hitting is picking up. Malik Johnson with a big boom, and Frolov is hurt. His gloves are off, and he's trying to get off the ice. Johnson's going to go to the box. Frolov immediately off the ice. Well, that's not good. That's your goal scorer already down the tunnel. It looked like the stick got up high, and the question is, what are we going to end up with here? Charging. And Johnson took a long run in there. It is 2 minutes for charging. A little surprising that that one is 2 minutes, but Johnson came from a good long distance away to get in there and run in on him. We're going to get to a break here. 8:47 to go. When we come back, IceCats on the power play. This is PD IceCats Playoff Hockey.
You're watching the IceCats Broadcast Network.
Gorget is a local craft distillery based in Lugoff, South Carolina, producing rum, vodka, whiskey, and bourbon in small batches. Founded in 2015 by 3 local gentlemen, Gorget has a fine line of handmade, local spirits. No matter what you desire, we have something for you. Isn't it about time you revolutionize your spirit? Visit us online at gorgetdistilling.com.
For 25 years, Stefano's Italian of Florence has brought the heart of Italy to your table. Experience the tradition with hand-tossed pizzas crafted with love and care. Our secret is our robust Italian seasonings and the finest imported cheese and our choice imported meats. At Stefano's, we share a taste of the old country with each bite. Stefano's, a taste of Italy.
Back here on IceCats Hockey, it is time for the first IceCats power play of the postseason. Charging against Johnson. Face-off coming up to the right of the Rock Lobsters net. Power play brought to you by Chick-fil-A. Tied up on the far face-off dot. So missing Frolov here. As it's cleared around, Marcinkevich's off his body, able to keep it in. Trying to feed it in front, a bouncer away. Legkov on the right side. And so it's Welsh who takes his spot on this power play unit. McGill Diaz, left side, back up top to McGill Diaz. Right side, Legkov, top of the circle, into the corner. Zajac Legkov cutting to his left, leaving McGill Diaz. One-time shot blocked by Shinkarik. His clear is stopped. Legkov leaving it. Nope, getting it back on the left side. Legkov will curl across and now leave it there for McGill Diaz. Legkov, his one-time, and that one off Shinkarik as well. Up top, Legkov with it again. Curling in the right side. Boy, Shinkarik is hobbling. Leaving it up top, McGill Diaz looking for a seam. Back across to Marcinkiewicz. Up top, Legkov. Off a skate, Marcinkiewicz. Onto the left side. Surprisingly, nobody directly in front of the net for the Rock Lobsters. Now Zajic will come in from the backside. Onto the right side, it's moved across. Legkov up top, McGill Diaz as they try to switch up the puck pressure. Now back to the left side, over Welsh. McGill Diaz ripped it wide of the net. Marcinkiewicz into the dot. Welsh in the corner, left side, Marcinkiewicz. Marcinkiewicz to the dot, wrist shot, and that's blocked. He'll put the rebound up top, McGill Diaz over to Legkov. Legkov on the right side. Legkov on the wall, try to feed it towards Zajic. Cleared up, but not out. Right point kept in. McGill Diaz over to the far side. Marcinkiewicz, 27 seconds of the power play. Into the slot. Welsh with a shot blocked. His second attempt also stopped. Chance for Athens to clear. They barely get it over the line. Marcinkiewicz is going to push right back in very quickly as they try to get a change and can't. They keep that defense out there, and now it's finally sent down by Athens. And now Marcinkiewicz picks up a penalty for going back after Shinkarik behind the play. Yeah, I don't like that call. So 7 seconds left. The power play is gone. Frolov comes back out after some repairs in the locker room area. So, not sure what they gave Patty there. I'll try to get the call when I can here. 13:07 time of the penalty. So 4-on-4 for just 7 seconds, and then back to the Bluefish IT Solutions penalty kill. Rock Lobsters 1 for 2 in the power play. This is already chance number 3 for Athens. And what did Gary Graham say in that Powers Properties pregame show? Stay out of the box. Well, PD has not done that early here. They do, however, start with a clear down the ice from Jordan Popoff. And we hadn't gone back to 5. Well, actually, it was still 4-on-4, so that technically is an icing call, just as Johnson gets out of the box. Wasn't sure if they're going to call that one or not, but they did. So, once again, a face-off, this time with Athens on the power play. Zajic out there with Houston Wilson, Popoff and Hamilton. And Athens will control the draw. Milan over Shinkarik with a shot. He ripped it wide. Rebound to the far side in front. And it's backhanded wide by Ford. Croucher up top. Shinkarik shot through traffic. Deflected just wide of the near post. Croucher cycle it around. It ends up on the far side to the right half wall. Milan putting it up top. Shinkarik top of the near circle. Croucher backdoor feed. A chance of the backhand. No, puck is free. A shot is wide by Milan. Up top, here's Croucher on it. Croucher, his shot, save made, rebound behind the net, Ford. Ford onto the far side, Milan up top. Shinkarik a one-time and a right pad save, Colgan. Rebound around the wall, Zajic ahead with it. He's got Wilson with him. They'll pressure short-handed here. Zajic in, try to feed it down low. Tipped into the far side corner. Now a penalty as Wilson had the stick chopped out of his hands. And the parade to the box continues. 5:54 to go in this first period. It's a 1-1 tie, and now a slashing call coming up here. And that is against Garrett Milan. Well, I'll tell you what, he has been feisty from the get-go today. So we're back to 4-on-4 now for the next 1 minute, 1 second. 14:06 time of the penalty. By the way, Marcinkiewicz did get a slashing call. That's what they ended up giving him. Okay, 4-on-4. Little extra ice out there. Let's see what PD can do. They start with the draw here, but it's stolen away. And now, moving it ahead. Here comes Athens onto the left wing side. Feed ahead. Leafers will leave it there. A pass back in front by Mack is blocked by Bedard. And Lekov will turn it the other way. Lekov ahead. He's got Welsh. Gives it to him. Moving in. McGill Diaz into the rush. There's a shot and just off the left pad there. McPhail got a piece of it. Smart move by Welsh. He was looking for the little pass down the wall and then just turned it and shot it. Never a bad play, but also you might catch the goaltender leaning. McGill Diaz spins away from the forecheck pressure. 15 seconds ago on the 4-on-4. He'll leave it off, and here comes Lekov. Elijah Wilson joins him. Lekov on the right side. Driving the wall, leaves it into the slot, but that's turned over towards Athens. Hamilton will regroup at center. And now his pass across is stolen. There's a shot that goes into the netting, just as Marcinkiewicz out of the box. 4:52 to go in the first. We are tied at 1 in game 1. First period action brought to you by your PD area GMC dealers. This is IceCats Playoff Hockey.
You're watching the IceCats Broadcast Network.
McLeod Health is committed to helping you obtain a healthy lifestyle and improve your overall health. Medically trained in the areas of fitness and nutrition, we can help you reduce your risk for certain diseases and live a long, healthy life through fitness and wellness programs, community health education, and 2 medically based wellness centers. McLeod Health is with you on your journey to better health. Discover a new you at McLeod Health and Fitness Centers.
Get ready to savor the flavors of our long-standing family recipes, bursting with authenticity and love. Indulge in the vibrant colors and aromas that create a fiesta for your senses with every bite. Your journey through our menu is a delicious adventure guided by tradition and the freshest ingredients Mother Earth has to offer. Come join us at 842 Woody Jones Boulevard in Florence. Order online at margaritasmexicanrestaurants.com. Margaritas. Experience the love in every bite.
Back here on IceCats Hockey. Face-off coming up to the left of Brendan Colgan. And PD is now on the Chick-fil-A power play. Tied at 1, 4:52 to go here in the first. And there's 58 seconds left to go in a slashing call against Garrett Milan. Frolov had come back, in case you missed it earlier, from the locker room after getting some repairs. So he's out there with Frolov, Lekov, Zajac, Marcinkiewicz, and McGill Diaz on the power play unit. And here's Marcinkiewicz up the left side, and over the line, Frolov. Frolov to his left, Marcinkiewicz half wall. Up top, McGill Diaz. Over to Lekov. Zajac right in front, and that one is cleared away. Frolov trying to get a shot away. Feet ahead on the right side. Zajac will bring it in. He'll drive down the right wing wall. Shinkarik on him. Pulls him down into the corner. Dangerous play. Things continue. Swept around the wall, but McGill Diaz was not at the point. Has to chase it down the ice. McGill Diaz up the right side. Marcinkiewicz. Marcinkiewicz in the right wing, wheeling in the high slot, feeding to the left side. Lekov back up top. Marcinkiewicz at the blue line. Lekov through his legs and around behind the net. Time ticking down to the power play. You hear the goal stick of Brendan Colgan out of the box as Milan. It's 5-on-5 again. Tied at 1. Puck turned over in the slot. Was it kept in? No, Lekov did not keep it in. Milan back after it. And he'll try to move up the right side. And a hooking call coming up against Lekov as Milan chicken wing the stick. And Lekov knows it. He got the stick up there and underneath the arm. And it's the oldest trick in the book. The player feels that stick. They just pin down on it. Then the next thing you know, you get called for hooking. And that's exactly what happened there. It's Lekov into the box. (16:23). Time of the 4th Rock Lobsters power play of this first period. PD has got to knock that off. Face off to the left of Colgan. Eventually. Didn't like that. We're going to try it again. Forward and across from Gullo. Tied up on the dot, pulled out by Athens. Lowell over Shinkarik. A one-time shot blocked by Houston Wilson. Wilson after the puck. Sweeps it around as Popov got knocked down. It'll be kept in up top. Shinkarik. Croucher cutting to his right. Feeds it across far dot. Backdoor feed. A shot. Save made on Ford by Colgan at the near post. Into the high slot. Shinkarik looking for a seam. Feeds it over. One time off the goal post. Puck in the skates of Hamilton. He does get it out over the line. And that's going to allow at least one player to change here for PD on this kill. Hamilton, after behind the net, tried to power it around the rim, kept into the right point. Croucher in front, looking for a tip by Lowell. He sent it wide. Marcinkiewicz by himself for a moment here, and he takes a high hit from Lowell as he gets it down the ice. And now up on the forecheck, Frolov, trying to be pesky here, but up comes Athens, left wing. Milan with speed, leaving it. Croucher near dot, feeds it into the high slot over the left point. Shinkarik over to Croucher. Cross ice feed. Ford doesn't shoot, feeds it to Milan. Milan up top. Shinkarik near dot. Croucher far dot, up top. Shinkarik shot blocked by Marcinkiewicz. Milan right side, right corner. Ford into the slot. Puck tipped away. Frolov, a swat, can't clear. Della Savita put it off Frolov. Puck stays in. Now Frolov bouncing it at least to center. Marcinkiewicz on it there. He's up all by himself. Trying to toe drag in through, and he's pulled down. No call. Back the other way. Here comes Athens. Back ahead. Paralot driving into the backhand. Shot it wide. Virgili on the near side. Leafers feeding it around to the right point to Mack. Mack around the rim. Left side. There's a shot. That is ripped to the glass by Paralot. Power play time about to come to an end here. Here's Mack up to the left point. Paralot out of the box is Legkov. Shot coming in and a save through traffic by Colgan. Now feet ahead. Here's Legkov. Legkov putting it into the right side corner. Legkov driving in behind the net. Trying to get through the traffic back there. And the puck is turned over to the Rock Lobsters. They'll look to move it ahead with 1:15 to go here in the first. Athens up the left side. Puck on to the right wing. Mack, a turnaround chance. Colgan will stick that one to the far corner. Welsh trying to battle that one out. Virgili up top elects to carry it back out to center as we've got a minute to go in this first period. A bouncer flipped it over the line. Into the right side corner. Up after it. Calgin. And he's got Welsh on him. They go to the corner together. Welsh steps free of the check. Moves it around. And Bedard to the line. Not out. Kept in by Ford. Ford cutting to his right with a shot. Colgan a save. Got the right pad. Robinson ahead to Welsh. Welsh will carry it up on the wing. Welsh trying to squeeze wide. Trying to drive in there. Ford coming to help out on the back check there. Puck at center picked off by Marcinkiewicz. He tried to skip around one at the blue line. He'll flip it on back. Popov's got a chase. 25 seconds to go here in the period. Popov right side to Hamilton. Hamilton will bank it in off the dasher. Zajac trying to get there after it, and that's an icing call with 13.2 to go. PD had a very good start to the game. And they got the first goal. Frolov scoring to make it 1-0, but Athens has gotten the better of the second half of the period for sure, especially being the beneficiary of 4 power play chances here in the first. Zajac in for the face-off to the right of Colgan, along with Houston Wilson and Marcinkiewicz. Zajac able to win it. He'll backhand it out to center over the head of Wilson. Turn the other way. Hamilton stepping up, trying to make something happen on the rush here, but turned over, and that should pretty much do it. Rock Lobsters will round out the period. And so 20 minutes in the books here at Aikens Ford Arena. Now it's still anybody's hockey game, although the IceCats going to have to look in the theoretical mirror here and talk a little bit about that opening 20 minutes and what they can do to continue to improve. And, hey, tied at 1 after 1 on the road in Game 1, not the worst place to be for the PD IceCats, not at all. We're going to break it all down for you when we come back in our first period intermission report. Scoring wrap coming for you, as well as an out-of-town scoreboard update. All the other games in action tonight in the FPHL in the playoff series that are going on, so we'll look at those and look forward to talking a little bit more about playoff hockey. Boy, it's been an exciting opening 20 minutes. We're tied at 1 after 1. Back with more in a moment on IceCats Playoff Hockey.
You're watching the IceCats Broadcast Network.
For 20 years, we've captured more than weddings, we've captured legacies. The laughter, the tears, the moments that last a lifetime. Every glance, every vow, every I do, preserved in stunning cinematic detail. Because your love story deserves more than memories. It deserves to be a film that lives forever. Something to remember wedding productions. 2 decades of love stories, beautifully told.
Welcome to Seminar Brewing, where craft beer meets culinary delight. Located at 551 West Lucas Street in the heart of Florence, we offer an unforgettable experience for beer enthusiasts and food lovers alike. Pair your favorite brew with our mouth-watering menu. Our kitchen serves up everything from savory snacks to hearty meals, all crafted to complement our beers perfectly. Seminar Brewing. Taste the difference that local passion makes.
Southco Commercial Curb Appeal is the trusted partner for businesses in Florence and surrounding areas that want to maintain a clean, safe, and attractive commercial properties. With our wide range of services, from sweeping and landscaping to snow and ice treatment, we're here to ensure your property remains in pristine condition all year long. Southco Commercial Curb Appeal. Experience the difference.
With over 74 years of combined experience, Hometown Floor Coverings is the PD's flooring experts with attention to detail and professionalism. Whether it's commercial or residential, our installers are very reputable and trustworthy. Contact us today for free estimates. Hometown Floor Coverings, the flooring installers you can trust. Bring new life to your home.
Welcome to Creekside, where great food meets the perfect game of pool. Since 2021, we've been serving up delicious meals and creating memorable moments in our unique dining atmosphere. Whether you're planning a celebration or a corporate gathering, Creekside offers the ideal blend of delectable cuisine and entertainment. Come for the taste, stay for the experience. Creekside, the ultimate destination for fun and flavor.
You're watching the IceCats Broadcast Network.
And we are back here 20 minutes into Game 1 between the Athens Rock Lobsters and your PD IceCats of the Continental Division Semifinal Series. And we're tied at 1 after 1 period of play. Let's take a look back at the scoring in that opening frame for you. As early on, the IceCats got on the board, taking advantage of a break back in the defensive zone. Alex Legkoff pulling ahead on the left side. Vadim Frolov jumping into the slot to take a feed for his first of the season at 6:41. Also picking up an assist, Jake Hamilton on that play. And it looked good for the IceCats early. And despite the team having to kill off an early power play, jumping out to that 1-0 lead, shots are fairly even at that point of the period. And it's important you know that because the way the back half of the period went, it really swung the momentum back towards the Rock Lobsters. After that, PD was shorthanded 3 more times in the period. The Rock Lobsters did score a power play goal. Philip Virgili on a backhand scramble to the left side of the PD net. As with his back to the net, he shot a backhand on a rolling puck that somehow found its way through the pads of Brennan Colgan. Ends up just scooting in there at 10:47 to tie this game at 1. Maye and Leifers with the assists on the goal. And at that point, the Rock Lobsters are feeling the momentum. As I mentioned, they get a couple of more power plays out of it. They do finish the period 1 for 4 on the man advantage. IceCats went 0 for 2, but there would be no further scoring. However, though, I did tell you shots are fairly even at the time. And the way the period would finish, it was 18-8 in favor of Athens. So you can see the power play time, the momentum on the back half, everything really favored Athens. And really, as I mentioned, I mean, hey, coming off the ice, PD is going to take a look in the mirror here and say to themselves, we have to be more disciplined. 4 power plays in the first period is entirely too many. Now, I will say this. They did call a bunch of things, and it's kind of funny because there were some that I felt were maybe blatant penalties that just simply weren't called, but there was some marginal things that were called. So not entirely sure where the standard of this game is going to go in the second and third period, and I think that that's something both teams have to be cognizant of. I will say, however, that PD has to do, and look, a couple of them are just blatant. If you're not back-checking hard enough, you can't reach out and try to hook a guy from behind. You can't get your stick in their skates. At this point, I mean, this is a veteran Athens team. If they feel that they're going to go down to draw the penalty. If they feel the stick in the side, I mean, Milan did it earlier. Just grabbed it, the old chicken wing. And all of a sudden, Legkov's stick is in his side, and boom, hooking call. Again, it's something that we see an awful lot of. Veteran players know to do it, and the referees are looking for it. So that is something PD's really going to have to just stop doing. They're going to have to skate in the back check. They're going to have to outwork these Athens players, and they're going to have to make sure they're on the right side of the puck. That was something else that Gary Graham talked about in our pregame chat, just being on the right side of the puck, meaning you're always on the defending side, even in the offensive zone. Because if you're on the wrong side of the puck, that's an odd man situation going the other way. If things happen to pop loose and all of a sudden teams take off, if you're behind your man, if you're trying to make something happen by hanging a little further down the ice, that's probably not the best setup. And the IceCats have got to be aware of that. They've got to play some solid defensive hockey. But again, I say all of that, and I'll tell you this. Tied at 1 after one period of Game 1, your inaugural playoff game, with a team that really came together down the stretch in March and April, is a pretty good spot to be on the road in Game 1. We do go back to PD for Game 2 tomorrow night. And I think that despite the momentum at the end of the first period, Brendan Colgan was sharp, made some big-time saves. You could feel the pressure, the momentum, everything on the side of the Rock Lobsters, but they did not score another goal. And so for the IceCats, that's huge. And now it's going to be up to PD to try to come back out here in the second period and get their momentum going back the other way again. And the IceCats are certainly capable of doing it. They did it a couple of times in the period. They've got just as many offensive weapons. And against a veteran-savvy team like the Rock Lobsters, they really are going to have to take advantage of those scoring chances when they get them. So 20 minutes in, we're tied at 1. We'll take a break. When we come back, time for the out-of-town scoreboard. So stay tuned. There's more coming your way in just a moment. This is IceCats Playoff Hockey.
You're watching the IceCats Broadcast Network. This portion of today's broadcast is brought to you by McLeod Health and Fitness Center, the wellness leader. Austin and Associates. The right agent can lead the way. Hertz Car Rentals. Smart deals for any destination. Sports Clips Haircuts. The pros in men's and boys' hair.
McLeod Health is committed to helping you obtain a healthy lifestyle and improve your overall health. Medically trained in the areas of fitness and nutrition, we can help you reduce your risk for certain diseases and live a long, healthy life through fitness and wellness programs, community health education, and 2 medically based wellness centers. McLeod Health is with you on your journey to better health. Discover a new you at McLeod Health and Fitness Centers.
Known for his integrity, attention to detail, and client-first approach, Sean Austin builds lasting relationships based on trust and results. Whether you're a first-time homebuyer, a seasoned investor, or looking to sell your current home, Sean combines local expertise with strong negotiation skills to deliver a seamless experience from start to finish. Austin and Associates at RE/MAX Professionals. Your next address is just a slap shot away. Go IceCats!
Driving a new car from Hertz might drive your real car crazy.
Nice car.
Looks new.
Thanks, Tom Brady.
Have a flame with our newest fleet yet.
I'll miss your new car smell.
Rent now at Hertz.com.
No matter which sport clips you walk into, you'll know it's special. And just for you. Our stylists don't get your best cut. They are experts in men's and boys' hair. Our cutting zone has all the basics and specialized equipment. From our comfortable cutting chairs to an array of specialized cutting tools and clippers. We got you covered. Visit Sport Clips of Florence today, located at 1940 Hoffmeyer Road, Suite D. We are the pros in men's hair.
The PD IceCats are lighting up the scoreboard, and Powers Properties is proud to be the official housing provider. Looking for an apartment? Powers Properties has you covered with modern apartments, convenient locations, and a team that puts you first. Just like the IceCats, we know what it takes to win, on and off the ice. Score big with Powers Properties. Relax, you are home.
You're watching the IceCats Broadcast Network.
Welcome back. Here are the first period intermission report. Tom Callahan here with you. 20 minutes in, we are tied at 1 between the IceCats and the Rock Lobsters. Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, see what's going on here and the rest of the Commissioner's Cup playoffs. Everybody's in action tonight. And so we'll start it off with Binghamton, a 3-0 first period lead over Topeka. Binghamton has a 1-0 lead in that series. If they win tonight, that one is over. Blue Ridge and Port Huron tied at 1 at McMorran Arena. And that one almost at the end of the first period. And Blue Ridge with the 1-0 lead in that series. Early in the first period, Columbus has now gone up 2-0 on the Monroe Moccasins in that game, which just got underway at the bottom of the hour. So the River Dragons coming out and meaning business early in that one. That is game 1 of that series, just like we are game 1 here tonight. In the National Hockey League, there is no game today to talk about. The playoffs will start tomorrow in earnest as 3 series getting underway. Senators are at the Hurricanes at 3. 5:30, you got the Wild at the Stars, and 8 o'clock, the Flyers are at the Penguins. And in Major League Baseball, the Braves right now at the end of the 4th inning with a 7-0 lead over the Phillies. Top of the 6th, Orioles Guardians scoreless in that one. Top of the 5th, Pirates 1-0 over the Rays. Bottom of the 4th, Giants 8-3 over the Nationals. Middle of the 4th, Royals and Yankees are scoreless, as are the Brewers and Marlins in the bottom of the 3rd. Top of the 4th, Tigers and Red Sox also looking for that first run of the game. One final from earlier today, Cubbies thumped the Mets 12-4. Later on, you've got 8:10 first pitch, Reds at Twins, Cardinals at Astros, Dodgers at Rockies at 8:40. And then at 9:40 tonight, Padres at Angels, White Sox at Athletics, Rangers at the Mariners, and the Blue Jays are at the Diamondbacks. That's it for our out-of-town scoreboard. That is also it for our first period intermission report. We're tied at 1 after 1 in game 1 of this Continental Division semifinal series between the Athens Rock Lobsters and your PD IceCats. When we come back, time for second period action, and we'll be right back. 20 minutes in, tied at 1. This is PD IceCats Playoff Hockey.
Hey, grab me one too.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. From the first bite to the last bite, that bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, you have those 3 things together, and it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Real guest paid for their testimonial.
From home entertainment to the technology that keeps your world connected and secure, at PHT Audio Video and Security, we don't stop at residential solutions. Our team designs and installs professional commercial systems built for performance and reliability. Secure what matters with advanced security systems and stay protected day or night with powerful camera systems engineered for clarity. No matter the need, expertly installed and perfectly integrated.
Do you love disc golf? Smiling Skull Disc Golf is a pro shop for disc golfers of all skill levels and budgets. We carry hundreds of discs from many different manufacturers, including plastic glow discs for those winter evening rounds. Whether you have been birdie hunting for years or you're seeking your first putter, our knowledgeable staff can help find the perfect disc for you. We also carry carts, bags, retrievers, grip enhancers, and more. Smiling Skull Disc Golf, where customers are valued and we seek to find you eternal happiness.
Ding dong.
Mountain dude?
The mountain's calling.
Give me a mountain, lots to do. Give me the sunshine, give me a dream. Give me something simple and true. All I need is sunshine and that cool, refreshing mountain dew.
Welcome to the PD region, where Southern charm meets unforgettable adventure. Paddle scenic waterways, explore quiet trails, and experience nature at its finest. Savor local flavors, discover vibrant downtowns, and shop unique boutiques. From live music to hometown festivals, there's always something happening. The PD region, authentic, welcoming, and waiting for you. Plan your visit at pdtourism.com.
Back here on IceCats Hockey, Tom Callahan here with you. Game 1 of the Continental Division semifinal series tied at 1 after 1. And the two teams will switch in for the second. Vadim Frolov, the goal scorer for the PD IceCats. Philip Virgili for the Athens Rock Lobsters. Brendan Colgan assuming the net down to the far right of our broadcast location. And the IceCats are going to roll right to left on your radio dial here for period number 2, brought to you by Bud Light. IceCats hockey is also brought to you in part by Gatorade, the official thirst quencher, by XGen, the official recovery and rejuvenation partner, by Celsius, the official energy drink, by Pepsi, the official soft drink, and by Pepsi Zero, the official soft drink of IceCats goaltenders. Want to remind everybody, head on over to Butler's Fine Men's Clothing to get your exclusive limited edition whiteout t-shirts for Saturday night. Available in sizes small through triple XL. So again, that's Butler's Fine Men's Clothing. They are exclusive limited edition whiteout t-shirts. Tomorrow night back home for game 2, it is a whiteout at Florence Center. PD will push in immediately with a shot right across the front of the goal mouth. It'll be fed to the point, not out. It's held in left side. McGill Diaz down to the dot, walks in, wrist shot, and that one is blocked by Shinkarik. Wait, Carter Shinkarik's had a couple of blocks, couple of painful blocks in the first period. Elijah Wilson up to the right point, quick shot. Oh, Wilson just missed the tip on the back door. Nice little pass into the area there for him. But now it's played ahead. And it's picked away at center. Ends up back with McGill Diaz. He'll move it ahead. Marcinkiewicz in off the skate of Welsh, kicked right back out. Marcinkiewicz to Welsh. Welsh steps in over the line with a long shot. McPhail juggles and holds. And now Welsh and Shinkarik shoving at one another. That's the way we started this game out. A lot of pushing, a lot of shoving, edgy type of physical play. A lot of contact at the front of the Rock Lobsters net. Robinson with Welsh and Gullo. Popoff and Hamilton on the points. Face off to the left of McPhail. Robinson stick down ready. Milan finally down, but it's one back by Robinson. Poked to the line. A bouncer there. Popoff does keep it in. Robinson after the roller. Moves it around. Gullo. Right point. Popoff in with the pass in front. A quick shot. Left pad save. McPhail. That chance from the slot there by Welsh. Good job to get it through. Milan on the far side. Tied up by Robinson. Tries to battle his way out of the check. He'll move it across off the skates of Greco. Ford will swing it in. Colgan on the near side, backhands it around behind the net. Right back up on the rim. It goes out of the zone. Boy, PD had a chance at a free play there as Athens was in offside. I don't think they knew that. Hamilton will chop it around off a stanchion. It comes ahead. Gullo will flip into space. And here's Robinson moving in with a wrister. Fought off and held by McPhail. Couple of shots here early from range, but the IceCats trying to get pucks on net. No shot's a bad shot. Certainly not at this time of year. Don't mind that at all. 1:32 into the second period. Face-off will be to the right of McPhail. Zajac in across from Leifers. They kick away at it. Legkov will feed to the left point. Razilov leading. Legkov up high over to the far side. Della Savita around the wall towards Zajac. Zajac in the far corner trying to fight free of the check of Pereira. Johnson moves it ahead, and Leifers will send it in for the stripe at center. Colgan leaving it behind the net. Now he's being told to play it. Sweeps it to the near side and fought right back around Zajac. We'll try the far wing. Legkov with pursuit. Trying to break free, gets it up the right wing side, and now ahead. Here's Legkov from Zajac in with a wrist shot. Save McPhail, and Legkov right to the front of the net again. Looking for a loose puck, but Carter McPhail hanging on to the biscuit. Nice little give and go on the wall. There's Zajac to Legkov. And now Houston Wilson saying they want the draw on that far side of the ice. They're not going to get it. Linesman insisting on the near side. Wilson does not like that. Marcinkiewicz will take the face-off here. Wilson and Wilson on his flanks. It's one back by Croucher. Paralot will skate it ahead. Dumps it into the right wing corner. Houston Wilson will go back after a bouncing puck. McGill Diaz up the near side of Marcinkiewicz. The Marcinkiewicz ahead. Here comes PD. Puck around the rim. McPhail out to cut it off behind the net. Throws it right back up the far side. Quick shot coming in. Blocker save McPhail on that high one. Elijah Wilson spins it into the near corner. Marcinkiewicz. Elijah Wilson down to Houston Wilson. Looking in front side of the net. Back to Elijah Wilson. His shot blocked in traffic. Is peeled out of there by Croucher. He'll go the other way. Croucher right wing. Leads it into the corner. Johnson in front. There's a shot and a save at the left post by Colgan. Right on the doorstep there. Pereira jumped into the rush and had a great chance. PD trying to call for a change here. And now Paralot moving it ahead. Both teams are at the end of a long shift. And now banked up the right side. Here's Welsh trying to get in after. That's going to force McPhail way out to play it around. Mack try to pull it out of the linesman. Robinson couldn't keep it in though. Played ahead on the right wing, and ahead comes Leifers in with a shot, missed on the glove side. Up to the left point. That one is blocked on the way through as well. And now ahead to center. Here comes Gullo. Gullo on the left wing. He'll flip it into the corner. McPhail out to paddle it around. Up to the right side it goes. Kept in up top. And now Welsh couldn't thread it through. Puck bounces way up in the air. Comes down to the right side. There's a shot by Robinson. Blocker save. Left point. Hamilton, a shot up over top of the net. Robinson, his wrister sticked aside by McPhail. Puck turned up the wall. And Leifers will toss that one in. Stay up on the forecheck. Athens finally gets the change they wanted. Coming up on 4 minutes into the second period. We're tied at 1. Gullo at center, lost it. Milan carries back the other way. Legkov has to delay at the line. And now he steps in. He cuts through the D. He's in. Feeds it over. Zajac scores! What a feed from Legcom to Zychik for the one-timer, and he rips it in under the crossbar. It's 2-1 IceCats. Everyone in this building, including me, thought Legcom was going to shoot that puck. But he and Zychik have developed such a wonderful chemistry. They just know where the other one is. And for Dennis Zychik, he hammers that one home. No mistake. That's a huge goal. His first of the postseason, and it's now 2-1 IceCats here in game one. Well, PD, again, starting this period strong like they started the last period strong. Puck is at center right now. And now Malik Johnson forcing a turnover, cutting it on goal, pops it up, and it's poke checked away by Colgan. As, boy, I tell you what, Popoff, nice job to do what he could there, but the puck not out of danger. Croucher a shot and a block into the slot again. Croucher trouble handling. Feeds it to the point, Cole Latarsi. At the right side, his shot tumbles in on goal, and that one stopped. Ends up with Houston Wilson, but a penalty again coming up to the PD IceCats, a hooking call. When Athens is swarming, PD has been ending up in the box. Popoff doesn't like the call. Hooking the indication here. 4:45 into the second. This is already the 5th Rock Lobsters power play of the game. PD leads 2-1. But this Bluefish IT Solutions penalty kill is getting its money's worth. I will say this is not a sustainable rate of having to kill penalties for PD, but well, they've got to dig deep and get through this one as well. We don't like that face-off. We're going to do it again to the left of Brennan Colgan. Shots are 22-16 in favor of Athens right now. Zychik the goal here in the second to put PD in front. Athens trying to start with possession here. Puck is pushed around behind the net. Here's Zychik after it. Ends up on the far side. Still not out of danger. Body's tumbling everywhere. Zychik with a moment here. We'll send it around the seam to the point. Kept in by Milan. Good keep. Into the right side corner. Back up top. Milan getting it over to the left side. Shinkarik to his right, middle of the blue line, flips it. Milan to the right half wall, into the corner, forward around to the far side. Croucher up top. Shinkarik has to tip it back to Milan, right point. Right corner, Ford quickly up top. Far circle, Croucher a shot, and Colgan got to his right to make the save. Milan, Shinkarik lets it go, and he ripped it to the glass. Bouncer right back out in front, dangerous position, fed behind the net. Athens maintains. Up top, here's Shinkarik. Near circle, Milan, backdoor feed, a shot, and Colgan a save. Rebound is still free in front, bouncing puck, ends up in the near corner. Right point, Shinkarik. He'll move to his left, get it back to his right. Milan into the right wing corner. In front for Virgilia, save Colgan, and he'll hang on. And some pushing and shoving as we get to the whistle and our first break of the period. 5:53 into the second. 2-1. PD in the lead. Game one of this Continental Division semifinal series. This is IceCats Playoff Hockey.
You're watching the IceCats Broadcast Network.
Known for his integrity, attention to detail, and client-first approach, Sean Austin builds lasting relationships based on trust and results. Whether you're a first-time homebuyer, a seasoned investor, or looking to sell your current home, Sean combines local expertise with strong negotiation skills to deliver a seamless experience from start to finish. Austin and Associates at RE/MAX Professionals. Your next address is just a slap shot away. Go IceCats!
Driving a new car from Hertz might drive your real car crazy.
Nice car. Looks new. Thanks, Tom Brady.
Have a flame with our newest fleet yet.
I'll miss your new car smell.
Rent now at Hertz.com.
Back here on IceCats hockey, second period action presented by Bud Light. 2-1, PD in the lead. 5:53 into this second period. Dennis Zajac, the goal scorer, to put the IceCats in front. Face-off coming back down to the left of Brendan Colgan. 52 seconds of power play time left for the Athens Rock Lobsters in this, their 5th chance of the game already. Puck at the right point. Maye with a shot through traffic save. Colgan rebound, and they score. Virgili's got 2. Both of Philip Virgili's goals coming on the power play. Athens ties it back up. They win the face-off. They'll push ahead right side. Here's Croucher moving in. His shot steered aside by Colgan. Played ahead. Unfortunately for Brendan Colgan, that rebound, he just couldn't quite find it in time. Virgili got to it, and no one picked up Virgili at the side of the net. Here's Croucher looping in far out. Backdoor feed. Oh, what a block by Hamilton! Hamilton stopped a shot going into a wide open net. That one is ripped around to the right side. Ends up Shinkira keeping it at the point all the way behind the net. And now Athens feeling the momentum here. Puck is up top. There's a shot coming in by Shinkirik. That's blocked, tumbles into the far side corner. Trying to pop off. Milan over there. Robinson in the pile. Johnson. Big old pile over there. Popoff just pinning it against the wall. He's in no hurry to move this puck. Ref wants him to play it. It's not going anywhere. Popoff finally scoots it away up the wall. A bouncer past Shinkirik down the ice. PD's going to call for a line change. 7:10 into the second period. 2-2 tie. There's a lead ahead at center. Pops way up in the air and way out of play. That one cleared the netting. And probably the most casual one-handed grab you're ever going to see by a fan out there in the lower suite level. Yeah, that was about as relaxed as you get. 7:17 into the second period. Now tied up at 2. Legkov, Frolov, Zajac out there, along with Delasavita and Razilov. And again, Legkov and Lowell shoving on the far side. Those two have been leaning into one another all evening long. PD will win this face-off. Left side, here's Razilov going cross ice off the stick of Legkov. Into the corner. He steals it away. Pereira centering attempt. That one is knocked away by Milan. Pereira pressured, puck to the line, and it does get out off of Frolov. And they put it back in onside. Frolov carrying into the right wing side. Swung around the wall, ends up left point. Shot coming in, tipped in front. Oh, dangerous tip by Frolov. Now right in front by Legkov, and Frolov couldn't quite find it. And now a breakaway pass to Ford. Moving in, he cuts in, he shot it wide. Rebound in the left pad, saved by Colgan. Puck turned down the left side. Here's Legkov trying to cut it on goal. Chopped off his stick to the corner. Boy, Ford was hanging back looking for the breakaway pass. He got it. Back the other way now. Frolov still tied up with Pereira. The whistle goes, and I would believe both of them are going. .805 of the I'm assuming matching minors. See if we're going to go 5-on-5 or 4-on-4 here. Man, Rock Lobsters fans just not happy. They have 5 power plays already in this game, and they want more. On an even up call, they're upset. Gotta love it. It is the playoffs after all. 8:05 into the second, tied at 2. 4-on-4 action here. We've had this once already tonight. Let's see if a little bit extra room to roam helps either one of these two teams. Patrick's Marcinkiewicz ends up with the puck on the dot, and he'll flip it ahead. Here comes Elijah Wilson, right side. He delays, waiting for a little bit of help. Wilson on the wall, tied up over there, but still with the puck. Nice job. Feeds it behind the net to Marcinkiewicz out the near side. Marcinkiewicz up top into space, up high for Bedard. Bedard through traffic, hit Wilson, rebound is sitting there. Marcinkiewicz, a shot, save made McGill Diaz. Down low, tried to bank it in off the goaltender, and the net comes off. Now Leafers with the extra cross check there to the back of McGill Diaz, and been a lot of those tonight. But the puck stays out. Face-off should stay inside as Greco went barreling into the post. Face-off will be to the left of McPhail, who's having a discussion with the referee here. It'll be Houston Wilson out there along with Welsh, Hamilton, and Della Savita, the defensive pair here right now. Wilson against Ford for the draw, tied up, and it ends up back. Welsh, quick shot, and a save with the right pad there by McPhail. Rebound onto the near corner. Wilson driving up the wall with it. Gets it across. Della Savita to his right. Della Savita pushing into the right wing corner. Centering attempt goes through the crease out the other side. Wilson feeds it up high. That rolling puck gets away to center. And now Carter Shinkarik will push. Left side, he stops, feeds it high to Lowell. Rolling puck, wouldn't settle. Shinkarik with a shot now and a glove save there. And here we go in front of the net. Lowell's going to wrap up Della Savita. Hamilton comes in, and everybody can pick a partner. Faceoff's going to come outside because Carter Shinkarik elected to come down low. So nice little break there for PD. After Colgan with a nice little glove save. Well, they're going to keep the face-off inside. That face-off should go outside. Shinkarik came down below the hash marks. So a break for Athens. Face-off will be to the right of Colgan. 9:01 into the second, tied at 2. 1:04 to go in this 4-on-4 situation. Push back into the corner. McGill Diaz around to the far side. Bedard takes a hit. Couldn't get it out of the zone. Johnson laid a lick on him there on the glass. Johnson over. Tried to get a piece of McGill Diaz. And now up the right wing side. Here's Zajic ahead. Legkov stretching in. He's behind the D. Cutting in. Forehand. Backhand. He scores. Legkov's got a 3-point night and his first goal of the game. Alex Legkov. Forehand. Backhand over the left leg of McPhail. And once again, PD leads. It's 3-2. That line has been all 3 goals tonight. It's almost fitting that it's Frolov in the penalty box. 9:25, time of the 4-on-4 marker. McGill Diaz should also pick up a helper along with Zajic. Oh my goodness. Just pure speed and the execution of the move to the backhand. Legkov giving his team the lead once again. Here's Mack up the right side, leaving it slot. Leafers a shot. Left pad save Colgan in the butterfly, and the puck rejected out to center. 20 seconds to go in the 4-on-4. Leafers playing it ahead is poked away at the line. Not out, though. Kept in. Galgen with a shot. That one finds the glass. Ends up in the far corner. Hamilton taking a look. Tried to play it behind. Didn't get a lot on it. Puck still back there. Leafers moving it down low. Puck into the slot. And Ford tried to hook it across, but it was just blocked. Marcinkiewicz gave it up. Side of the net. Here's Ford. Ford into the slot. A shot, and that one was taken away from Milan. And boy, or rather, PD better move it ahead. They do. Here's Marcinkiewicz in. His shot tried to go low blocker. Right pad saved by McPhail as Marcinkiewicz darting in quickly. Pereira out the far side. Marcinkiewicz on him. Puck to center. Milan up the left side. Milan cutting in wide with a wrist shot. Colgan the save, and he hangs on. And that's going to get us to the halfway mark of the hockey game. 9:26 to go in the second period. Action presented by Bud Light. PD 3, Athens 2. This is IceCats Playoff Hockey.
You're watching the IceCats Broadcast Network. Evening Shade has been serving the Florence area for over 20 years. As a 3M and SunTech authorized dealer, the Evening Shade team is qualified and ready to help you with your project. Whether it's residential window tinting, paint protection film for your vehicle, commercial signage, or vehicle wraps, we can do it all. Evening Shade Incorporated. Trust a team with over 2 decades of experience.
Dal Massimo Ristorante Italiano, where culinary passion meets the art of hospitality. Established in 2010, our restaurant was born out of a love for authentic flavors and a commitment to providing our guests with a memorable dining experience. At Dal Massimo, we believe that food is more than just sustenance. It's a celebration of culture and community. Whether you're here for a cozy dinner, a festive celebration, we look forward to serving you.
Back here on PD IceCats Playoff Hockey. Tom Callahan here with the second period action presented by Bud Light. IceCats 3, Rock Lobsters 2. Each time PD has pulled ahead, Athens has tied it. And the IceCats have pulled ahead once again now, thanks to Alex Legkov's first of the playoffs. Legkov with a goal and 2 assists in this game here tonight. IceCats will move it ahead. Left side, puck turned in. And McPhail throwing it around the glass. Far side kept into the right point off the skates of Bedard. Here's Elijah Wilson into the slot. Puck free. Robinson. Wrist shot. Fought off by McPhail. Rebound is cleared out. Milan up the right side ahead to Ford. And he will push it back. Milan left wing cutting in on goal. Poke check and a penalty again. Coming up on PD. A holding call. Power play number 6 for the Rock Lobsters. This is getting ridiculous. Bedard into the box for holding. .11:01. Time of the penalty. 2 for 5 on the power play for the Rock Lobsters. So that Bluefish IT Solutions penalty kill. Hoping to get it to 2 for 6 here. Philip Virgili has both goals on the power play. And PD will start with a clear. If I was Athens, I'd roll him out there the entire 2 minutes. It's the guy with a hot stick here tonight. Here's Lowell up the left side, tied up by Della Savita in over the line. A centering attempt is pushed to the left wing corner. Croucher behind the net. Onto the near side, and it's fed around the wall by Ford. Shinkarik waiting at the right point. Onto the left side. Croucher, top of the circle. His wrister. That one is deflected wide. Broken stick on the play here. Belongs to one of the IceCats defenders. Sent down low into the slot. Zajac knocks his man down. Good job by Zajac. He's the one without the stick. Puck not out, though. Up top here, Shinkarik. Shinkarik turned over to Marcinkiewicz. Kick to the line, not out. Onto the far side. Croucher tried to look in front, and he had his stick tipped. Della Savita, nice play there. Now Shinkarik over one time. Shinkarik gets it back. A shot and a save held on to by Colgan. Gets his team a massively important whistle. 7:58 to go in the second period. 3-2 IceCats. And They're going to not only be able to change up those penalty killers, but boy, Dennis Sychik playing without a stick there for a while. Doing everything he can to try to remain in the way in the lane, whether it's a pass or a shot. 1 minute even left to go in the penalty against Bedard for holding. Wilson takes a look up at the clock. Draw one back. Here's Maye. Shot through traffic, blocked by Houston Wilson, and he'll flip one down the ice. A little bouncer. McPhail's got to come way out to play it. He rips it off the glass up the other way. And now on the right wing, it's left for Mack. Mack with a wrist shot, deflected by Hamilton, all the way around the rim, and out it goes. Now Maye pressured into his own corner by Frolov. Frolov trying to pull that puck away. Ends up back here, and Mack will play it ahead. He's got Virgili with him. This is the power play unit that scored the 2 goals. Virgili into the right wing corner. Try to leave it off in space. Leafers down for the right point. Mack to the half wall. To the corner, side of the net. Leafers in front. Virgili couldn't shoot. Played back towards the line. It's poked along and does come out to center. Nice play there as Pizzamenti getting a poke out. As the puck played the other way here. Virgili, right side, works it in. Curling, feeds it up top. Power play comes to a close. Maye, left point, a shot. And the save made. Rebound goes out to center. Sent in from there. And Colgan will trap it behind the net. That allows both teams to reset the lines here. 6:45 to go in the second. 3-2 IceCats. Hamilton up the right wing side. Popoff with a pass through center. That one ended up in the skates of Pereira, who turned it back to neutral ice. Hamilton's going to turn back. He's got Ford up after him. Takes a look over his shoulder. And he'll flip that one down the ice. Glove down by Pereira at his own line. Almost stolen away by Robinson. Turned off the skate of Milan. And now it'll be fired in again by Popoff off the corner door. It went right back up that far wall. That actually worked out as it went to Pereira. Greco trouble with it side of the net, pursued by Lenkov. Now it's almost given away in the slot, but a lead for Milan. Right side in with Ford. Ford, high slot, bouncing puck, trouble for Mack. Back the other way, PD. Left wing, Lenkov trying to step in past Greco as he's hooked up, still battling to try to get through it. Finally turned over. Milan the other way, and now lead again. Ford in behind the D, cutting him with a shot. Colgan out to make the save. Colgan aggressive on the angle, knew Ford didn't have a lot of room. Long shot in is caught by McPhail, and he'll hold. IceCats want to get the draw inside the zone and give it a break. You hear Colgan tapping the goal stick on the ice, trying to let his defenseman know that Gus Ford is goal hanging back at the far blue line, waiting for the breakaway pass. Twice they found him. He and Milan, same playbook. And boy, it can result in some big-time scoring chances, but luckily for PD, Colgan has stopped both of them. Face off to the right of McPhail. Athens will win it back, but they can't clear. Left point Razilov to Elijah Wilson. His shot saved McPhail. Rebound near side corner, Marcinkiewicz. Razilov activates. Beyond the net, Houston Wilson goes right up the slot. To the point, Delasavita's shot is blocked. And Virgili with a backhand flip. Off Kolatarsi, put in over the line, is kept on side there as it's sent around the rim. Marcinkiewicz chopping it up the boards. Houston Wilson does backhand it out to center. Shinkarik will send it back in off of Wilson's stick as he checks the twig. It doesn't break. 5 minutes to go here in the second, tied at 2. Puck ahead, Marcinkiewicz trying to poke it through the skates of Shinkarik. Shinkarik turned it the other way and a bouncer back. Delasavita chasing. There's a lead ahead to Marcinkiewicz at the far blue line. Marcinkiewicz in space was challenged there as he tried to tip it ahead to Welsh. Still can't get it in. Perlat takes it away. Moves it across to Pereira, and Croucher sends it from behind center. That should have been icing, but it is not. Delasavita will play it around, and it comes out to center. Dumped right back in. Delasavita after it. Again, Johnson after him up the wall. Welsh carrying through center for PD. Into the right side corner. He'll try to go get it. Perlat over after it. Croucher near side. Robinson tries to pull it down on the boards. Into the corner. Gullo tied up by Croucher. Pereira around. Ooh, hit the referee. Couldn't clear it. He'll get a second chance here, and he'll skate it ahead. Flipping it on. Right wing, Leafers moving in. Wrist shot. Colgan, a left pad save. A backhand to the front of the net. Pops up in the air. Comes down to the far wall. Bank to the point. Pereira over to the right point. Pereira with a shot. That one hit Hamilton right in the shorts. Tied up on the wall, near side. Fans chirping the referee to get out of the way. He does. Pereira with a long shot in. Glove save there as it's held by Colgan. 3:37 to go in the second. And we'll take our final break of the period. PD 3, Athens 2. This is IceCats Playoff Hockey.
Hey, this is Kendria Robinson, family nurse practitioner at Practical Purpose Solutions. If you are dealing with brain fog, fatigue, lack of energy, not feeling productive at work due to that, or you're having any type of gut health problems, or you're even having a severe cold, book your IV hydration therapy service with Practical Purpose Solutions at practicalpurposesolutions.com, or you can call 843-799-2210. We look forward to serving you. You have the problem and we have the solution.
Welcome to the PD region, where Southern charm meets unforgettable adventure. Paddle scenic waterways, explore quiet trails, and experience nature at its finest. Savor local flavors, discover vibrant downtowns, and shop unique boutiques. From live music to hometown festivals, there's always something happening. The PD region, authentic, welcoming, and waiting for you. Plan your visit at pdtourism.com.
Back here on IceCats Hockey, Tom Callahan alongside executive producer Aiden Mulholland. With 3:37 to go in the second period, presented by Bud Light, 3-2 your score, PD in the lead. Both goaltenders slowly making their way back to their respective cages. Everybody else is already set up for the face-off, which will be to the left of Brennan Colgan. Ford in across from Zychek. Ford wins it back down for the right point. Here's Greco, hooked up by Bedard. And the puck is lifted out to center over the head of Lowell. A bouncer comes down. Here's Lenkov. Lenkov on the left side trying to cut in. Goes around behind the net, looking to wrap it out into the high slot. Pass is blocked by Milan. Lenkov into the corner to Frolov. Frolov looking high slot. Deflects up top again, kept in. On to the left point. Here's McGill Diaz. Down low, Zychek behind the net. Out the far side, Zychek looking, feeds the point again. McGill Diaz lets a shot go, blocked. And Ford will play it ahead off Greco. Tipped, but Bedard recovering. And now Lenkov wheeling in space. All the way back into his own end while his teammates change. So Lenkov's going to wind it up. He's got Marcinkiewicz with him. Moving in, Lenkov cuts through the D. Puck into the near side corner. Lenkov cycling it around. Marcinkiewicz behind the net. Kicked free to the near side. Marcinkiewicz trying to get to it. Greco up the boards. The bouncer goes off Razilov. Doesn't go out. Left side, Marcinkiewicz trying to steal it from Ford. Ford will lift out the old wedge. And that's chased down by Della Savita back into his own end. He's got leafers on him, but able to play it away to Elijah Wilson. Cross ice feed. That bank pass was in behind everybody. And Greco turning it the other way. Quickly ahead, and now Maye at the line. Playing it onto the left side. Virgili cutting it over the line. Pushed in behind the net. Leifers over after it. Razilov battling for it. And right in front, but Della Savita, good position there as it's tipped out of the zone by Marcinkiewicz. He'll stay up on the forecheck. Shinkarik with a pass ahead. Virgili tips it down the ice. Hamilton with a backhand off of Robinson and into the Rock Lobsters bench area with 2:02 to go in the second. So it's going to be Gullo, Robinson, Welsh out there, along with Hamilton and Popoff for a defensive zone draw to the right of Brennan Colgan. Ford, Calgin, Croucher, along with Kolatarsi and Shinkarik. Puck is pushed ahead but not out. Right point, Kolatarsi over to the left side. Shinkarik will swing it around the wall. Hamilton trying to get to it. Ford in the corner. Cross crease pass didn't connect. And now back the other way. Here comes PD. Welsh up the right side. Flips it into the corner. Gullo moving up after it. He and Kolatarsi to the corner together. Croucher put it up the middle. And now it's fed ahead to center by Shinkarik. Hamilton ends up with it back at the PD line across to Popoff. He'll backhand it ahead. Gullo will chop it deep. McPhail Bringing Shinkarik back for the puck. Watched by Robinson. Off the glass it goes, and a bouncer back towards Popoff. He has to chase the roller back into his own end. Popoff with the lead ahead. Zajac waiting at the far blue line, trying to cut in on goal. Zajac free with a roller, looking, waiting, puts it on goal. McPhail the save. Zajac on the rebound to the right point. Bedard, his shot, pinballs back to the point to McGill. Diaz rolling puck, and he hit Frolov with a drive. Frolov tried to send around behind the net. Croucher with a clear. That one hit Frolov and stays in. Turnaround chance wide of the net. Legkov to the right half wall. Minute to go in the period. Legkov on the right side trying to dance his way free. Behind the net. Stops. Feeds it back across. Frolov to the right point. Bedard up high to Zajac. Zajac's shot deflected and ends up in the netting. And Frolov, frustrated, slaps his stick on the glass. Boy, that line is buzzing. They are all over the ice tonight for this PD IceCats team. A lot of pressure, a lot of scoring chances, and 3 goals. Face-off is won back by Milan as it's played around the wall, and De La Savita put it back in. Play is offside. IceCats have to clear. But the pass missed, and now turning back in. Here's Marcinkevics, left side. Wilson in front. Oh, boy. Perla spin-o-rama clear of the puck. And that was a desperation swat, but he got it. Otherwise, Houston Wilson was in alone. Fed behind the net. And now it ends up on the far side. Elijah Wilson says, I'll take that, thank you very much. Feeds it on down the ice. Down to 15 seconds to go. Puck tipped in by Johnson from center. Colgan out to play it. Flings it around the near side. Razilov on the wall. Bumped by Johnson. Houston Wilson to the line. Not out. Paralot turning it deep 5 seconds ago. Centering attempt is blocked. Stays in the right side corner. Lowell puts it up the slot. And it's thrown down the ice there at the horn. And so now we are 2 periods into playoff game number 1 for the PD IceCats. We left the first tied at 1. We leave the second with PD enjoying a 3-2 lead. A reminder, this is a best-of-3 series, and we are back home tomorrow night for Game 2. It's a whiteout at Florence Center, 7:15 p.m., and don't forget to stop by Butler's Fine Men's Clothing. Get your exclusive limited edition whiteout t-shirts are Saturday night, available in sizes small through XXL. 2 periods in, 3-2 IceCats. We'll take a break when we come back in our second period intermission presented by Yokohama Tires. We're going to go ahead and wrap up the scoring from that second period for you. Take a look inside the numbers, and we are also going to take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard as well. Everyone's in action tonight in the FPHL playoffs, the Commissioner's Cup playoffs. So we'll tell you what's going on with those series as well. Stay tuned, more coming your way. 3-2 PD after 2. This is IceCats Playoff Hockey.
You're watching the IceCats Broadcast Network.
For 20 years, we've captured more than weddings. We've captured legacies. The laughter, the tears, the moments that last a lifetime. Every glance, every vow, every I do, preserved in stunning cinematic detail. Because your love story deserves more than memories. It deserves to be a film that lives forever. Something to remember wedding productions. 2 decades of love stories, beautifully told.
Welcome to Seminar Brewing, where craft beer meets culinary delight. Located at 551 West Lucas Street in the heart of Florence, we offer an unforgettable experience for beer enthusiasts and food lovers alike. Pair your favorite brew with our mouth-watering menu. Our kitchen serves up everything from savory snacks to hearty meals, all crafted to complement our beers perfectly. Seminar Brewing. Taste the difference that local passion makes.
South Coast Commercial Curb Appeal is the trusted partner for businesses in Florence and surrounding areas that want to maintain a clean, safe, and attractive commercial properties. With our wide range of services, from sweeping and landscaping to snow and ice treatment, we're here to ensure your property remains in pristine condition all year long. South Coast Commercial Curb Appeal. Experience the difference.
With over 74 years of combined experience, Hometown Floor Coverings is the PD's flooring experts with attention to detail and professionalism. Whether it's commercial or residential, our installers are very reputable and trustworthy. Contact us today for free estimates. Hometown Floor Coverings, the flooring installers you can trust. Bring new life to your home.
Welcome to Creekside, where great food meets the perfect game of pool. Since 2021, we've been serving up delicious meals and creating memorable moments in our unique dining atmosphere. Whether you're planning a celebration or a corporate gathering, Creekside offers the ideal blend of delectable cuisine and entertainment. Come for the taste, stay for the experience. Creekside, the ultimate destination for fun and flavor.
You're watching the IceCats Broadcast Network.
2 periods in the books. Tom Callahan here with you. Second period intermission is brought to you by Yokohama Tires. It's a 3-2 PD IceCats lead. Let's take a look back at the scoring from period number 2. It was 1-1 after 1. Frolov and Virgili for the IceCats and Rock Lobsters respectively. And seems to be the pattern tonight. PD takes the lead. Athens comes back, and they did it after Dennis Sychik scored an even strength goal at 4:06. Legkov with the assist, and a tremendous setup from Alex Legkov, who was driving in on the left side, got to the bottom of the circle, and as I said at the time, everybody, including me, thought he was going to shoot that puck, and then he just wired a pass to the far circle. Sychik waiting, 1 times at home at 4:06. And it's 2-1. IceCats in the lead. But once again, a power play goal for Philip Virgili. This one is identical to the first one. Maye with an assist along with Leapers. And Virgili's second of the postseason at 5:59 ties this game up at 2. But then 4-on-4 action, plenty of room to roam for both sides, and it is Alex Legkov who breaks in on the left wing. Doesn't have to worry about passing this time. He's in behind the D, goes forehand, backhand over the left pad of Carter McPhail. His first of the postseason from Sychik and McGill Diaz at 9:25. And it's 3-2 IceCats after 2 periods of play. They have amended the first period shot totals, so I want to let you know that. They have changed it to 19 for Athens, 14 for PD. In the second period, it is again 19 for Athens, 2-period total of 38, 13 for PD, so they have 27 in the game so far. In the period, Athens goes 1 for 2 on the power play. They're 2 for 6 in the game, and the IceCats did not see a power play in the second period. They are 0 for 2 with the man advantage on the evening. One of the things I know the IceCats have to be talking about is the power play situation. You don't want to continue to give the Athens Rock Lobsters, again, so many weapons. You don't want to keep giving them chances with the man advantage. But also, you kind of wonder, when does human nature kick in here? And, you know, over time, we've talked about the theory or the idea of what I call the clicker. And that is that it is human nature to kind of end up evening things out. A lot of times you will see teams finish games with the same number of power play chances for and against. I don't necessarily think that's going to happen tonight, because that means that PD would end up with 4 compared to none for the Rock Lobsters in the third period. I don't think it's going to be that kind of lopsided period. But I am wondering, and I really don't have too many guesses as to the way the third will be called. Sometimes you see the whistle get put away, and you don't see much of anything called unless it is incredibly blatant. sometimes you might see that pendulum swing back the other way. Certainly with a 3-2 lead, the IceCats have done enough to maybe merit a little more consideration for a power play chance. But honestly, the way that Frolov, Legkov, and Zajic line has been playing at 5-on-5, and they've got to be happy with them running out there. But now you look at the other units and say, all right, well, let's see if we can generate some more chances. I think the Wilson, and Marcinkiewicz line started to get some chances. They're a little bit later in the second period as well, so perhaps they're going to find a way to break through here in the third period. And really, it's just a matter of continuing to get pucks at the net. And again, really, the smart thing to do is just be aware defensively. Make sure that you're not giving up odd man rushes. Make sure that you're not giving away power plays. And some of those power plays have come because Athens is slipping in behind the D, and you have to chase them. They're a fast team, just like PD's a fast team. And when you have to turn around and race back after a guy, it's way easier to hook them than to catch them. And so I think we're seeing a little bit of that. You got to, make sure if you're PD, you're aware of moving your feet, making sure you keep up with these guys. And, if you're supporting that puck on the high side, on the defensive side of things, keep that man in front of you. Don't even have to deal with it in the first place. So I think that that's a lot of what will deter more penalties from being called for the IceCats, is that they're in proper defensive position. But also, when Athens gets buzzing, and they have a couple of times this evening, it might be worth it for PD to just take an icing. Get that puck out, get it down the ice, just get a break so that you can take a deep breath, even if it means you've got that same line out there. But if you don't have a free clear, a way to skate it out and maybe buy yourself a little time, there's nothing wrong with icing the puck and just letting yourself reset. Maybe you get a draw win, and then you can kind of turn the advantage around. But so far, leading at 3-2 after 2 periods of play, it looks pretty good for PD, at least as far as the fact that, hey, when you've given up 6 power plays and 2 power play goals, but you're still leading this hockey game on the road in Game 1. And again, first ever playoff game in franchise history. It's not the worst outcome. 20 minutes away, perhaps, from carrying Game 1, but that's going to be a hard-fought 20 minutes of hockey coming up here. And don't kid yourself, Athens is going to get everything they have when they come out on their side. All right, back with more of this Yokohama Tire second period intermission report here in just a moment. 3-2 after 2. This is IceCats Playoff Hockey.
You're watching the IceCats Broadcast Network. This portion of today's broadcast is brought to you by McLeod Health and Fitness Center, the wellness leader. Austin and Associates. The right agent can lead the way. Hertz Car Rentals. Smart deals for any destination. Sports Clips Haircuts. The pros in men's and boys' hair.
McLeod Health is committed to helping you obtain a healthy lifestyle and improve your overall health. Medically trained in the areas of fitness and nutrition, we can help you reduce your risk for certain diseases and live a long, healthy life through fitness and wellness programs, community health education, and 2 medically based wellness centers. McLeod Health is with you on your journey to better health. Discover a new you at McLeod Health and Fitness Centers.
Known for his integrity, attention to detail, and client-first approach, Sean Austin builds lasting relationships based on trust and results. Whether you're a first-time homebuyer, a seasoned investor, or looking to sell your current home, Sean combines local expertise with strong negotiation skills to deliver a seamless experience from start to finish. Austin and Associates at RE/MAX Professionals. Your next address is just a slap shot away. Go IceCats!
Driving a new car from Hertz might drive your real car crazy.
Nice car.
Looks new.
Thanks, Tom Brady.
Have a flame with our newest fleet yet.
I'll miss your new car smell.
Rent now at Hertz.com.
No matter which forklifts you walk into, you'll know it's special. And just for you. Our stylists don't guess your best cut. They are experts in men's and boys' hair. Our cutting zone has all the basics and specialized equipment, from our comfortable cutting chairs to an array of specialized cutting tools and clippers. We got you covered. Visit Sport Clips of Florence today, located at 1940 Hoffmeyer Road, Suite D. We are the pros in men's hair.
The PD IceCats are lighting up the scoreboard, and Powers Properties is proud to be the official housing provider. Looking for an apartment? Powers Properties has you covered with modern apartments, convenient locations, and a team that puts you first. Just like the IceCats, we know what it takes to win, on and off the ice. Score big with Powers Properties. Relax, you are home.
You're watching the IceCats Broadcast Network.
And we are back here in the second period intermission report brought to you by Yokohama Tires. Tom Callahan here with you. It is 3-2 after 2. PD in the lead. Let's take a look at the other playoff series going on around the FPHL, the Commissioner's Cup playoffs. Binghamton out to a 4-1 lead in the early part of the third period against Topeka. If Binghamton wins, that series is over. Port Huron 4-1 at McMorran Arena at home tonight, trying to tie that series up at 1-1 and force a deciding game 3 tomorrow. And so the Prowlers 4-1 after 2. Columbus in game 1 tonight at home, now up 6-1 on the Monroe Moccasins late in the second period. The River Dragons are absolutely on fire right now. No games in the NHL tonight. And in Major League Baseball, we had one final from earlier today. Cubs 12-4 over the Mets. Everything else underway or a little later tonight. Braves are up 8-0 in the bottom of the 8th against the Phillies. Orioles 6-4 up on the Guardians, middle of the 8th. 3-1 Pirates over the Rays, top of the 8th. 9-5 Giants lead the Nationals, top of the 8th. Yankees 2-1 up on the Royals, top 7. Also top 7, Brewers 4-3 over the Marlins. Scoreless Tigers, Red Sox all the way to the bottom of the 7th. End of the third, Reds and Twins are scoreless. Top of the third, Cards 1-0 over the Astros. Bottom of the first, Dodgers 1-0 up on the Rockies. And coming up here in about 40 minutes from now, Padres at Angels, White Sox at Athletics, Rangers at Mariners, and the Blue Jays are at the Diamondbacks. That's it for our Yokohama Tires second period intermission report. We'll take a break, come back with third period action presented by Pepsi. IceCats 3, Rock Lobsters 2, Game 1 of the Continental Division semifinal series. This is IceCats playoff hockey.
Hey, grab me 1-2.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. From the first bite to the last bite, that bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, you have those three things together, and it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Real guest paid for their testimonial.
From home entertainment to the technology that keeps your world connected and secure, at PHT Audio Video and Security, we don't stop at residential solutions. Our team designs and installs professional commercial systems built for performance and reliability. Secure what matters with advanced security systems and stay protected day or night with powerful camera systems engineered for clarity. No matter the need, expertly installed and perfectly integrated.
Do you love disc golf? Smiling Skull Disc Golf is a pro shop for disc golfers of all skill levels and budgets. We carry hundreds of discs from many different manufacturers, including plastic glow discs for those winter evening rounds. Whether you have been birdie hunting for years or you're seeking your first putter, our knowledgeable staff can help find the perfect disc for you. We also carry carts, bags, retrievers, grip enhancers, and more. Smiling Skull Disc Golf, where customers are valued and we seek to find you eternal happiness.
Welcome to the PD region, where Southern charm meets unforgettable adventure. Paddle scenic waterways, explore quiet trails, and experience nature at its finest. Savor local flavors, discover vibrant downtowns, and shop unique boutiques. From live music to hometown festivals, there's always something happening. The PD region, authentic, welcoming, and waiting for you. Plan your visit at pdtourism.com.
And we're back here on IceCats Hockey. Tom Callahan here with you. 3-2, PD in the lead. Game 1, Continental Division semifinal series here in Athens. Tomorrow night, Game 2, back in Florence at Florence Center. It's a whiteout. Wear your white. The Florence Center tomorrow night. Rally towels already waiting for you on your seats. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.com or the Florence Center box office. Don't forget to stop by Butler's Fine Men's Clothing to get your exclusive limited edition whiteout t-shirts for Saturday night. Sizes small through XXL. And we will also have our playoff merchandise for sale at the game. And some whiteout shirts for you as well to purchase if you don't make it down to Butler's in time. Pumped up. First ever home playoff game in IceCats history tomorrow night. Tonight, a 1-goal lead heading into the third period. 20 difficult minutes ahead. PD is going to start the third. Robinson, Gullo, and Welsh pop off in Hamilton as they will roll left to right on your radio dial. Cumulus, our fine radio partner here for IceCats hockey, as Colgan will leave it behind the net. Pop off, takes a bump, moves it around to Welsh. Welsh through center off the skate of Gullo. He couldn't control. That's going to be icing. IceCats hockey brought to you in part by Propel Water, the official water by MUSC, the official medical provider by McLeod Fitness Center, the official workout facility by Corrigan Distilling Company, the official distillery, and Powers Properties, the official housing provider. Third period action is indeed brought to you by Pepsi. Face off to the left of Brendan Colgan. Robinson in to take it across from Ford. And it's pushed right across the slot. Ends up with Welsh. Welsh will skate it ahead up by the right wing. He'll cut in on the corner there. Caught from behind. Now Robinson in front. Gullo scores! Oh, what a quick little shot from Gullo in the slot as he goes top shelf over the glove of McPhail. What a goal that was. Nick Gullo, first of the playoffs. It's garbage plate time here in Athens. That line combining. Robinson jumped into the corner to help Welsh as he was tied up. Fed the puck into the slot, and just 30 seconds into the frame, it is 4-2 IceCats. And now they push in again here, but Athens trying to come away with this puck and move it to center. Milan bumped by Bedard. Puck drifts free all the way back into the IceCats end of things. Shoved around behind the net to the far side. Marcinkiewicz into the corner. Pushing it back onto the near wing, Miguel Diaz. Slides out of a check, gets it in. Elijah Wilson to Marcinkiewicz. Moving in, slot shot. Oh, he just missed. Low glove rebound. Marcinkiewicz scores! The rebound came right off the dasher out to the far side of the net. Marcinkiewicz read it and ripped it. Two quick goals, 30 seconds apart, and it's gone from 3-2 to 5-2 IceCats. What a great read by Marcinkiewicz. He tried to go low glove with the initial shot, missed. And then the rebound came back out front off the dasher. What a turn of events. First minute of this third period, 2 goals. And now a turnover. Lenkov into the slot. Oh, it was tipped through the skates of Frolov and out. Boy, PD is feeling it. Zajic, right side. Frolov cutting in wide. Frolov tried to back in front. It came back to him. Up top, Della Savita looking through traffic. His shot saved McPhail. Rebound onto the far side. And that one will be skated ahead and dumped into the corner. Frolov coming back for it. Playing it over to the near side. Zajac up the boards. A bouncer not out. Mack right back to Zajac. Zajac right back to Mack as they play a little turnover catch. Frolov on the far side gets sandwiched by a couple of red jerseys, but the puck behind the net to Della Savita, and he'll try to lob it out. Bounces ahead, finds Legkov. Legkov up, trying to cut through the D. Legkov left side. Spins off, looking for help as his mate's changing. Legkov in the slot. Popov at the right point. Looking in front. His shot, he scores! Jordan Popov! Oh my goodness! Rips it top shelf, and that's the end of the night for McPhail. This game just went from 3-2 to 6-2 in the first 2 minutes and 1 second of this third period. That's incredible. And I'm not kidding. Fans are leaving. There are already fans out of the game as Lavalier comes into the game. William Lavalier is in net. We'll get you his numbers in just a moment from the regular season. Oh my goodness. What a start to the period. But now, do not take your foot off the gas. Popov gets a stick ripped out of his hand. The puck right in front goes out the other side. Boy, that was close to going in. Colgan a little slow getting up, but he's got time. It's Houston Wilson ahead. Wilson right side, feeding it across to Elijah Wilson. Keep in mind, unless Athens calls its timeout, Lavalier doesn't really get a warm-up. He gets enough time to basically stretch, but he won't see any pucks. Here's Milan up the right side, trying to go wide on Razilov. Milan driving into the slot. Puck bouncing far side, knocked out of the air, but wide of the net. Milan on the left side. Athens is not going to go quietly here, folks. Ford with a turnover in the slot. Moved ahead, Marcinkiewicz. Up by himself, Patrick's Marcinkiewicz through the skates, trying to get through. Now it's followed up by Welsh. Welsh cutting in down low. His shot, Lavalier the save. Welsh on it, around the rim to the left point. Hamilton holding onto it up top. He'll move across the blue line. Continue on through space. Takes a whack. Backhand. Oh, right through the crease. Out the left side. Marcinkiewicz on it. To Robinson. Robinson, wrist shot, Lavalier save. Rebound, Robinson on his own rebound. Out the near side, feeding the point. Bedard tried to put it through traffic. It was blocked. Puck not out. Now it's cleared. And the IceCats are going to have to weather as much as they can here. You know there's pushback coming from Athens. But wow, 6-2 all of a sudden. Leg call on the left side, on the half wall. And that puck drifting away into the corner. Croucher. He's going to try to speed up the ice the other way, but turns it over at center. Frolov will poke it onto the right wing to Zajac. Zajac dumping it in. And at this point, it is not the worst idea. Now, there's a lot of hockey to play. Over 16 minutes to go in this third period, but boy, make sure you're getting those pucks deep. There's a chance right across the goal mouth again. Athens is getting pucks through right now. Still dangerous. Athens again. They're not going away quietly, but neither is PD as Legkov steams up the left wing, try to cut through the slot, and he had it taken away. Rock Lobsters in on the left side. They'll turn it behind the net. Here's McGill Diaz after it. Lost it, but turned over. Bedard tipped out to center by Frolov and sent right back in. Colgan can't slow it down. Here's Johnson down the left side wall. Bedard trying to flip it up the boards. Elijah Wilson can't clear it out. Puck goes up in the air and into the netting. 4:26 into the third. Let's catch you up on that crazy, crazy start to the period. 3 consecutive goals for the PD IceCats. Gullo from Robinson and Welsh. That was at 30 seconds. Then Marcinkiewicz with an assist to Elijah Wilson at the 1 minute mark. And then Jordan Popov's goal with an assist to Legkov and Della Savita. Legkov, by the way, now a 4-point night with a goal and 3 helpers. Shot coming in from the point there on the draw-in by Athens, tipped to the glass. Played around to the right point, but all that in 2 minutes and 1 second. There's a shot. Nice stop by Colgan on the redirect by Calgin. And the puck is kept in. Onto the left wing. Leafers connecting with McGill Diaz. Far side. Marcinkiewicz up the wall, ahead on the wedge, and here's Houston Wilson cutting in on a rolling puck. He's got room, in on goal, shoots, save Lavalier, rebound. Oh, it was cleared off the skate of Elijah Wilson, sat in the crease, and now it's skated out of danger. Shinkarik might have saved a goal right there. Oh, my goodness. And now it'll be deflected on in to the PD end of things. Lavalier made a great first save, but the rebound was just sitting there in the crease. And Shinkarik bailing him out. If you're just joining us, Lavalier is in here in relief. We'll give you, again, we'll get to his numbers. I haven't had a moment to take a breath. There's a chance in front. Colgan save on the doorstep, and he'll hang on to the puck. Milan cleared out in front of the net. There's Ford getting in there as well. We will get to our first break of the period. 5:31 into the third. 6-2 IceCats. Back with more in a moment. This is IceCats Playoff Hockey.
You're watching the IceCats Broadcast Network.
Known for his integrity, attention to detail, and client-first approach, Sean Austin builds lasting relationships based on trust and results. Whether you're a first-time homebuyer, a seasoned investor, or looking to sell your current home, Sean combines local expertise with strong negotiation skills to deliver a seamless experience from start to finish. Austin and Associates at RE/MAX Professionals. Your next address is just a slap shot away. Go IceCats!
Driving a new car from Hertz might drive your real car crazy.
Nice car.
Looks new.
Thanks, Tom Brady.
Have a fling with our newest fleet yet.
I'll miss your new car smell.
Rent now at Hertz.com.
Back here at Aikens Ford Arena, a few fans lighter than it was 5 minutes and 31 seconds ago. We started this period, it was 3-2. PD in the lead. It's now 6-2. The IceCats scored 3 goals in the first 2:01. William Lavalier is now in the game in goal. Athens controlling an offensive zone draw. And again, the Rock Lobsters pushing. There's a shot. Colgan save at the near post on Lowell. Played up the wall towards Welsh. Welsh in space, can't get it out. Kept in, Maye walks in, shoots, and that one is blocked by Della Savita. Welsh this time off the glass. He'll skip one down the ice. And that rolls away, they say no icing. Lavalier on the regular season, 15-3-0-1 with a 3.14 goals against and a .907 save percentage. A very athletic goaltender. As Milan comes in, but he can't hang on to the puck going through the slot. Makes a lot of spectacular saves, does Lavalier. And one of the other fun things about Lavalier, he is the nephew of former Maple Leafs goaltender Felix the Cat Potvin. At center, here's Frolov moving into the left side as Legkov with him. Wrapped up by Lowell, he'll feed it around the rim. On the right side, Bedard with a quick shot on net, waved at on the blocker side as it went wide. And out to center. Back in comes Athens on the left side, driving in. There's Virgili with a shot off the goal post. Now Zajic ahead, getting it up towards Legkov. Legkov cutting him one-on-one to his right, has to curl. Falls down over there as Athens takes the puck away. Back comes Virgili on the left wing again. Try to leave it in front, this time blocked by Popov, and Marcinkiewicz can't clear. Virgili on the loose puck. Up to the point, over to the far side. One-time shot, save, Colgan rebound. Sitting free in the crease, and now it's under a bunch of bodies, and the whistle goes. .706 gone here in the third. 6-2 PD, but boy, Athens is still pressing. The Rock Lobsters are not going to go quietly. And Brendan Colgan still making big-time saves for this team. But PD is going to have to do a couple of things. Number one, sell out, block shots, take away passing lanes, do everything you can, but also help your goaltender. They've got to get into that area and clean out the crease and either allow Colgan to get the rebounds or they've got to get rid of the rebounds for him. Carter Shinkarik has moved up front and is taking this face-off here. So, boy, Athens is really looking for offense here. Shinkarik tied up with Robinson, face-off back, and it'll be banked around by Hamilton. And we get a couple of penalties. Drew Welsh and Malik Johnson. And both of them look like they have no idea what they did. Okay, so I'll tell you what they did. Johnson gets 2 for unsportsmanlike. By the way, this at 7:09. And then high sticking is the call against Welsh. And did we go to our period break, or is everybody just hanging out at their bench? I don't think this is a TV timeout. Colgan started to wander towards the bench like it was, but I don't think it is. Well, maybe it was. I don't know. Although I don't think so. Either way, face-off coming up to the right of Brendan Colgan. 4-on-4 we will skate. Houston Wilson, along with Patrick Smarson-Kevics, Razilov, Della Savita. The blue liners here as Houston Wilson just pushes it right on out of the zone. Paralot, Shinkarik, Milan, Ford. That is a dangerous 4-on-4 combo. Puck turned over at center is Marcin-Kevics. Giving it back, Della Savita onto the left side, Razilov. Razilov ahead, Houston Wilson pushing it on the left side. He's got some room. Cutting it on goal, in front, delays, waits, and he kind of ran himself out of room. Lavalier made the save going to his left, but not much of an angle left. Wilson did a nice job to get past the D and get a chance, but had to keep carrying it across. There's a chance in front, blocked by Della Savita in the other end. Paralot sending it on to the near side. Ford try to push it up top, blocked by Houston Wilson. Comes back to Della Savita. He'll fire it long past Marcin-Kevics. Cutting in right side. Stops, waits. He's by himself. Marcin-Kevics still dancing with the puck over there. Dangling on the right wing side. Flips it into the slot. Bedard cut down, looking to help out here. He'll send that puck deep. Zajac out there now around the rim. Marcin-Kevics can't slow it down, but that's at least going to allow PD a chance to change. Marcin-Kevics on the right side, in over the line, cutting to his left. He's got room. Again, Marcin-Kevics, wrist shot off of Lavalier. It got through him, but it tumbled wide. Right side, McGill Diaz. Zajac trying to move it free. And now turned over. And up the left side, Virgili. 29 seconds ago on the 4-on-4. Athens trying to push in. Puck into the corner. Bedard coming in to help Virgili. And Mack into the slot. Maillet couldn't shoot on the backhand. Right wing side, Pereira. Pereira up top, Maillet through traffic. That one wide. Puck bouncing far dot. McGill Diaz up with it. Nick McGill Diaz to center. He'll chip in off the left side glass. Legkov up in after it. Frolov trailing the play, and the stick knocked away from Pereira there. Frolov will wheel all the way back to center with it. It's out of the box as well. She'll flip it to the far side. Hamilton, pressured by Croucher, gets it ahead as it's deflected on down by Legkov. PD will reset the lines. 9:25 into the third, 6-2. PD in the lead. Croucher trying to cut in, and now a flip. Oh boy, Elijah Wilson was a step from a breakaway, but a nice job by Malik Johnson to knock the pass out of the air. Johnson back into left side, Pereira into the high slot. Shot coming in is blocked off Robinson. Frolov trying to move it free. Ends up back with Hamilton. Hamilton off the glass to the line. Oh boy, that should have been out. They call it onside. Backing on the left wing. Here's Shinkarik. Dragging, sent it right up the slot. Turn the other way. Now 3-on-2 if they hurry. Frolov ahead. He's got Wilson. Wilson wasn't looking for the pass, and Frolov has to send it deep. Boy, Elijah Wilson, if he would have took a look for that pass over his shoulder, Frolov wanted to give it to him because he was through. Instead, We get an offside whistle, 9:54 to go in the third, and that'll get us to a break. 6-2 IceCats. Game 1, Continental Division semifinal series, third period action brought to you by Pepsi. This is IceCats Playoff Hockey.
You're watching the IceCats Broadcast Network. Evening Shade has been serving the Florence area for over 20 years. As a 3M and SunTech authorized dealer, the Evening Shade team is qualified and ready to help you with your project. Whether it's residential window tinting, paint protection film for your vehicle, commercial signage, or vehicle wraps, we can do it all. Evening Shade Incorporated. Trust a team with over 2 decades of experience.
Da Massimo Ristorante Italiano, where culinary passion meets the art of hospitality. Established in 2010, our restaurant was born out of a love for authentic flavors and a commitment to providing our guests with a memorable dining experience. At Da Massimo, we believe that food is more than just sustenance. It's a celebration of culture and community. Whether you're here for a cozy dinner, a festive celebration, we look forward to serving you.
Back here at Aikens Ford Arena in Athens, it's 6-2 IceCats with 9:54 to go in the third period. PD trying to capture game 1 on the road here in Athens and look to close it out potentially tomorrow night in this best of 3 at Florence Center. Remember, it's a whiteout game tomorrow night, 7:15. Get your tickets now, PD. Ticketmaster.com. And, of course, the Florence Center box office tomorrow as well. But Athens continues to battle. Milan in. There's a wrist shot blocked by Radulov. And PD is doing those things we talked about, trying to block shots, sell out, get in the way of pucks. As it's cleared ahead, Greco trying to chase after. That's going to bank in on Lavalier. He's got to paddle it aside to Greco. Around the near wall, Shinkarik will come back down the boards after it. And swing it around to the far side. Milan lost it to McGill Diaz. McGill Diaz pinned up on the wall. Marcinkevich's back. Now 3-on-2. Marcinkevich's right side. Passer Welsh is tipped by Greco. Got it with the long reach there. But the puck again turned over on the boards. Now flipped high in the air. And that is slapped down. Stays in play. It's cleared out to center by Athens. Ford turning with it. He's got Milan with him at the line. Leaves it for him. Over across Shinkarik. Tried to go backdoor on the feed. There was nobody there. Ford on the far side. Welsh draped on him. Marcinkevich's off the boards. Down it goes. That should be icing. It is. 8:48 to go in the third. 6-2 your score. PD in the lead. And again, just trying to grind this clock as much as they can. At this point, it's all about making Athens go 200 feet every single time. Try to make them complete passes, selling out, blocking shots, sticks in the lane. All those defensive basics. PD has battled so hard. 6 power play chances against, and Athens has scored on 2 of those. Philip Virgili's got both goals on the power play. But PD's managed to stay out of the box a little bit more here. As they win this defensive zone draw, nice job by Houston Wilson. Puck swung around to the far side, but cut off by Lowell, who was pinned up by Bedard. Kicked free back to the near wing. Wilson trying a little flip through space, and it finds Marcinkevich just over the blue line. He didn't get it too deep, but PD does get at least a partial change. As it's dumped back in, that will be icing against, and now a penalty, it looks like, perhaps. Nope, no penalty, just icing against Athens. But at least PD gets its lines changed out there. So it's Pizzamenti, Elijah Wilson. Wait, no, they're going to put the face-off back at center. Apparently it was not icing. $8:29 to go in the third. So it's Gullo with Pizzamenti and Elijah Wilson. Athens winning the draw back. Lowell tipping it in on the near side. Popoff chasing after it. Try to slam it off the dasher. Can't get it out. Kept in near corner. Calgin sending it around to the far side. Down to the right point. Here's Perlot. Chance right across the goal mouth. Couldn't find Calgin. And now the other way, Elijah Wilson. Moving it ahead. He's got Pizzamenti with him. He'll fire it in on goal. Caught by Lavalier. And he'll hold on. Well, since Lavalliere's come into the game, he's been tested once or twice. Stopped everything he's seen so far, but it was 3-2 coming into the third. And then 3 goals in the opening 2:01 of the period. Went from 3-2 to 6-2 in a big hurry. Jordan Popoff capping the scoring. And all of a sudden, the IceCats have cracked this one open. Now they got to finish it off. Here's Hamilton, left point. He'll swing it onto the left half wall to Elijah Wilson. Left corner, Pizzamenti on the cycle, rolling puck, sends it deep. Pereira chased by Gullo, sends it around to the near side. Gullo started the barrage just 30 seconds into the period as Elijah Wilson feeds it down deep. And they call it icing. Face-off will come back into the PD end of things. 7:43 to go in the third. 6-2. IceCats in the lead. Credit a lot of the Rock Lobsters fans, though, after the early exodus after the 6th goal, there was a little trickle of fans out the door, but for the most part, everybody stayed put. Gullo sending Popoff to the other side here. Gullo, Elijah Wilson, and Pizzamenti. So he was going to take the face-off. It's Gullo. And across from Milan. It's tied up on the dot. Wilson, nice stick check there on Ford. Allows Hamilton to get over, use the glass, and send a bouncer down the ice. That will indeed send IceCats scrambling to the bench. And Zajac out there, along with Legkov, and now Frolov joins him as Razilov turning it the other way. Pereira intercepting at his own line. Shinkarik onto the left side. Milan cutting in wide, looking in front. Backdoor feed, gets all the way through. Down for the right point, keeping it alive is Greco. Bounces it behind the net. Della Savita with a shove on Ford. Ford far side, up top Greco, rolling puck, can't keep it in. He fires it back in. That'll be cut off by Colgan. PD a chance to reset the breakout here. Shinkarik up on the forecheck. Frolov will flip a backhand out to center. Kolatarsi trying to take body position. Keep this one in front of him. Robinson out there. Played away from him onto the left side, and once again Athens will push in on the wing. There's a shot by Maye, deflected into the netting with 6:43 to go in the third. Little by little, you can feel the air escaping the balloon here from Athens. And I have to tell you, I have enjoyed both the organ tonight and also the in-house music has heavily featured Rush. Get a little fly-by-night going here right now. But the organ tonight, courtesy of Braves organist Matthew Kaminsky, who was playing at the game here tonight. So that's pretty cool. We had a little subdivisions earlier. Trying to get everybody into it here. Little crowd participation, a little clap along, and it's tough right now when your team's down 6-2. But Athens knows, hey, playoff disappointment from last year still fresh in their minds, I'm sure, for a lot of these guys, as Robinson will move it ahead. Marcinkiewicz on the left side, leaving it back to Robinson. Robinson around the rim. Marcinkiewicz, well, it hit the puck board, rolled away from him, and cut right back up the other way. Chance for Johnson to clear, and now Lowell putting it up the left wing side, dumped in from center over the head of Colgan into the far corner. Robinson leaving it back towards Miguel Diaz. Johnson with a centering feed. Maye turnaround chance, and that one is blocked. And now back is Marcinkiewicz to Legkov. Legkov up the right wing, leaving Marcinkiewicz in space. Flipped it back across, looking for Legkov. And Athens intercepts in the slot. They'll cut back. And a pass across, blocked off the skate of Zajac. Zajac can't clear it out, though. There's a chance for the near side. Colgan getting to his right to make the save on Maye. And here we go. Leafers and Popoff go down on top of Colgan. That's always dangerous. Colgan's all right. He scoots back in the net. He'll be all right. He wants to get out of there, and I don't blame him. The linesman getting in there on the two of them. Popoff's going to be the one going to the box. With 5:42 to go here in this third period, 6-2. PD in the lead. And again, a power play coming up. Athens, their 7th power play of the night. They are 2 for 6. Ref's talking it over here. Faceoff's going to come outside, so maybe they're going to get them both. 2 for roughing. And then, yep, 4 on 4. Okay, so no power play. Forget what I said. Only 6 power plays still for Athens. (14-18) time of the Miners to put us at 4 on 4 here. Wilson in across from Milan, and Houston Wilson ahead to Elijah Wilson, who's racing up the left side, but Shinkarik will catch him. He tries to spin it around, looking for somebody to pass to, and everybody was a little late catching up with him. He had such a big lead coming out of the zone. Now Houston Wilson will move back in. Wilson, Elijah on the back door, cutting in on goal, and he scores. That puck's in. No, that puck was in. The right pad of Lavalier was inside the goal line. That puck should be in. A penalty call was coming up anyway. And it would be a PD power play, but boy, that puck sure looked like it was in over the goal line. It should be 7-2. Is it semantics at this point? Perhaps, but not to Elijah Wilson. So let's see if they review it. No, they're just going to go ahead and award the power play. I'm not going to lie, that's a little surprising. I don't know that Columbus would challenge this, but it looks like they might review it. And here's the other thing is, unless they have a straight top-down angle on this or maybe a zoom of that goal mouth area, I don't know that you'll have a good enough look at it. But if you have a top-down look, you could see Lavalier's pad was back inside the line, and the puck was in kind of that ankle area of the goal pad where it forms that L shape. All the way up here, you can see the pad was in and the puck was right there, and I thought over the line. But they are going to take a look at it. So if this does count, 14:38, time of what is right now a review, and could potentially turn into the IceCats' third power play of the night, or it could be a goal. Well, they've got to look from behind the net, and that's not showing us much. That's a very low camera. And, of course, the look in-house here is not going to tell us much because they won't show anything that's favorable to the PD IceCats. I'm not kidding myself into thinking that you're going to get a replay that'll show the puck in. All this happening here with 1:41 to go in a 4-on-4 situation. 5:22 to go in this third period. 6-2 PD. It does, however, give me a chance to tell you that IceCats Hockey is brought to you in part by Sports Clips, the official hair cutter, by M&M Printing and Graphics, the official printing partner, by Seminar Brewery, the official craft beer partner, by CLC Transportation, the official travel partner, by Palmetto Smiles, the official dentist, and by White Swan Dry Cleaning, the official dry cleaners, and Battle LP, the official fuel provider, powering the Olympia. It is a goal. Elijah Wilson with his first of the playoffs. There will be no power play, but there will be a 7-2 score. Congratulations to Elijah Wilson. Don't forget, it's a whiteout tomorrow night for Game 2 at Florence Center. Florence, wear your white as PD with a chance if they get through the rest of this one. Leading at 7-2 here in game one. And you know what? If you're thinking, Tom, that's ridiculous. Man, sports is sports. I'm just going to say let's see this one out. But it's a nice 5-goal lead right now with 5:22 to go in the third. And it could be a chance to wrap up the series tomorrow night at Florence Center. How about that? Your first ever home playoff game could be your first ever series clincher. And we need all of you out there tomorrow night. And don't forget to wear your white. It is a whiteout. There are rally towels for you, but we want you to wear any white paraphernalia you have. You can also head on over to Butler's Fine Men's Clothing to get your exclusive limited edition whiteout t-shirt for Saturday. They're available in sizes small through XXL. By the way, I do want to mention, everybody, limited edition to 300. 4-on-4 for the next minute and a half. Marcinkiewicz, Legkov, McGill, Diaz, and Hamilton, who sneaks a look up at the clock here as Athens regroups. And here they come on the right side. Pereira's pass up top is poked away. Legkov into space. Here's Marcinkiewicz, left side. In with Legkov. Marcinkiewicz. Legkov backdoor into his left. Lavalier the save. Legkov tried to feed it in front. Pass blocked. Under 5 to go. Game one. Back comes Athens on the left side, pushed right into the crease area. Oh boy, dangerous puck still sitting free. Della Savita trying to dig it out. Virgili keeps it at the right point. Into the corner. Kaljan onto the near side. Maye pinned up on the glass by Della Savita. And is pulled out by Maye. Maye in front with the backhand. Save Colgan. Rebound. Hamilton steers it away. And now Marcinkiewicz the other way. Up the left wing. Legkov digging to the net. Marcinkiewicz has room. Carries wide. Cuts in front of the backhand. Forehand. He scores. Patrick Marcinkiewicz has his second of the night. That is the cherry on the sundae. It is an 8-2 IceCats lead. Oh my goodness. I don't think anyone would have predicted this result. "36 seconds to go in that 4-on-4 situation. 4:18 to go in the third. I'm just going to go ahead and make a tiny little prediction here. The tone setting will now begin for the Athens Rock Lobsters. Here's Razalov moving it across to McGill Diaz. Back to Razalov. And what is super important is that PD does not engage. They just stay out of it. Puck cleared to center. Razalov on it there. He'll send it back in. And again, for the IceCats, just run this clock. 4-on-4 for the next 7 seconds. Popov set to come out of the box here in a moment. Pass ahead finds Robinson on a turnover and an offside call at the line. 3:42 to go here in the third. 8-2 IceCats. We'll take a break and come back with more Pepsi third period action in just a moment. This is IceCats Playoff Hockey.
You're watching the IceCats Broadcast Network.
Gorget is a local craft distillery based in Lugoff, South Carolina, producing rum, vodka, whiskey, and bourbon in small batches. Founded in 2015 by 3 local gentlemen, Gorget has a fine line of handmade, local spirits. No matter what you desire, we have something for you. Isn't it about time you revolutionize your spirit? Visit us online at gorgetdistilling.com.
For 25 years, Stefano's Italian of Florence has brought the heart of Italy to your table. Experience the tradition with hand-tossed pizzas crafted with love and care. Our secret is our robust Italian seasonings and the finest imported cheese and our choice imported meats. At Stefano's, we share a taste of the old country with each bite. Stefano's, a taste of Italy.
Back here on PD IceCats Hockey, 3:42 to go in the third period of game number one. 8-2 IceCats. Do not adjust your radio dial. Keep it here on 100.5 FM in the Florence area. Cumulus Radio, our radio partner. We're also available in Myrtle Beach, North Charleston, and Columbia. Oh, my goodness. 8-2 in game one. Athens pushing in Colgan with a stick save. Puck over to the near side. Welsh had his stick taken away. And now Robinson trying to clear. Puck is sent out by McGill Diaz. And again, Athens is going to keep trying to press here, but PD needs to stay away from the shenanigans here. Welsh turning in the slot. He'll backhand it ahead onto the right side to Bedard. Bedard will send it deep. Little extra shot there with Pereira. And now back in the right wing, here comes Athens, leaving it in space. Frolov trying to pick it away. Shinkarik over to the near side of Milan. Back into front. Colgan save on the doorstep on Ford. Great stop. Brandon Colgan with an awesome stop right on the doorstep. One of the best goal scorers in league history. Elijah Wilson's goal, by the way, the assist, Houston Wilson. And that goal at 14:25. And then Legkov with an assist on the Marcinkiewicz goal. Legkov has himself a 5-point night. 1 goal, 4 assists. That line, absolutely crazy. Marcinkiewicz, that was a 4-on-4 situation, but the Legkov, Zajic, Frolov line. Frolov protesting an icing call here with 2:45 to go, but I mean, the more whistles we get, the more face-offs we get, the more things will cool down between plays. And the IceCats faithful over there in 110, an entire busload of them that came down, chanting, cheering, standing, clapping, enjoying themselves here. Face off to the left of Brendan Colgan. It's one back up top by Athens. Shot coming through. Colgan save. Rebound sitting in the slot area. Tied up in skates. Mack can't get free. Frolov pushed it away to the wall. Johnson up top. And sent to the near side off the toe of Maye's stick. Into the near corner. Lifers gave it up in the slot to Frolov. He'll drift ahead towards center. Frolov will just lift a very high wedge in on Lavalier, who will catch and play it aside. 2:20 to go. Both teams cycling through a line change. Chipped in from center. Colgan's going to stay put. Don't take too many chances. We've seen some wild bounces off the puck board here tonight in Athens. Played to the left point. Maye holding it in. Long wrister in front. Tipped down by Virgili, but wide of the net. Philip Virgili, the lone bright spot for Athens. 2 goals. Looking for the hat trick there with a wrist shot blocked. A centering attempt, and Hamilton on it. He'll bounce it to the line and out. Love it right now. All the white jerseys converging in front of their goaltender, Brendan Colgan, trying to see it out. Hamilton will slap it away to the corner. He and Virgili tie up on the wall. Boy, that clock held at 1:42 for a long time, and honestly, I don't know why you would bother doing that in an 8-2 game. Virgili feeding it up top. Shot coming in. There's a shot by Pereira that goes to the glass. Yeah, our clock and the game clock, a little different right now, as that one is sent down the ice in on Lavalier. Aiden Mulholland trying to catch him up and sync him up together, but let me tell you, the game clock was held for a bit. Back on the right side, here comes Athens. Zajic back after it. On to the right wing to Legkov. Legkov cutting it over the line. On the backhand, trying to cut in, and he is just turnstile down to the ice. Penalty coming up. McGill Diaz rips a shot. Blocker save Lavalier. And a holding call with 54.1 seconds to go. And again, that's the frustration side of the ledger here. The IceCats to a third Chick-fil-A power play of the night. It's not going to make any real difference in the outcome of this game. But because it is a power play for the PD IceCats, they at least get to continue to try to keep this one from, and obviously you can tell from my commentary what I'm most worried about is things getting out of hand. Because you know Athens is angry and frustrated. Draws one back, and wow, that rolled right over the stick of Jordan Popoff. It hopped up on edge and just sailed right down the ice. So Popoff after it. He's got a goal here in this one. Up the left side, here comes Pizzamenti. Across, Welsh in over the line, knocked off his stick. Puck in the slot is cleared, and at center, Popoff will turn back with it. Greco into the box for holding. Popoff will feed it across to Bedard. Bedard back to Popoff, and now it's just keep away. Popoff behind his own net. He'll swing it around to Gullo. Gullo on the left wing. Onto the right side, here's Bedard off the dasher. 15 seconds to go. Bedard will just send it around the rim. Lavalier out to play it. He'll leave it there. Bank back down the ice. The countdown is on. 5 seconds to go, and the PD IceCats will win the first ever playoff game in franchise history. Brendan Colgan picks up the puck and the win. 8-2 IceCats. PD, we are coming home with a chance to move on to the Continental Division Final. The IceCats now lead this series 1-0. An incredible performance here on the road in Athens tonight. 7:15 puck drop tomorrow night. Get your tickets now and wear your white for the whiteout tomorrow night at Florence Center. We are going to move into post-game show mode, so stay tuned when we come back on the other side of the break. It is time for our Gorget Distilling post-game show. Plenty of scoring to wrap up in this one. 8-2 your final. Game 1 to PD. This is IceCats Playoff Hockey.
You're watching the IceCats Broadcast Network.
At the Law Office of W. James Hoffmeyer, we strive to help our clients in whatever situation they are facing. Whether you need help with criminal law, personal injury, or family law, our hard-working team will assist you throughout the process with compassion and integrity. Our goal is to always provide our clients with outstanding representation and advocacy throughout their case. The Law Office of W. James Hoffmeyer, serving South Carolina since 1992.
With over 74 years of combined experience, Hometown Floor Coverings is the PD's flooring experts with attention to detail and professionalism. Whether it's commercial or residential, our installers are very reputable and trustworthy. Contact us today for free estimates. Hometown Floor Coverings, the flooring installers you can trust. Bring new life to your home.
In today's world, first impressions matter. Step into a realm of sophistication at Butler's Fine Men's Clothing. From timeless tuxedos and elegant suits to refined sportswear, Butler's offers a collection that defines class and confidence. Embrace the tradition, experience the luxury, and stand out with style. Butler's Fine Men's Clothing, where every stitch speaks volumes.
In Hawaiian culture, food is more than just a meal. It's how we show love, connect with one another, and carry on tradition. At Aloha Kitchen, our mission is to share that with everyone who walks in our doors. Our dishes serve the bold flavors of Hawaiian food and the true spirit of aloha. Where Southern hospitality meets Hawaiian aloha, that's Aloha Kitchen.
You're watching the IceCats Broadcast Network.
And we are back here on PD IceCats Hockey. Tom Callahan here with you on the Gorget Distilling post-game show, and what a night for the IceCats offense here this evening. PD never trailed in this game, although they did find themselves in a tie situation twice. And as we go back and look through the scoring of this 8-2 IceCats win in Game 1, back in the first 6:41 in, it was Vadim Frolov with an assist from Alex Legkov and Jake Hamilton, starting it off with his first of the playoffs. And then at 10:47, the first of two power play goals on the night for Philip Virgili from Maie and Leafers. And it's 1-1 after one. 4:06 into the second, Dennis Zajic, his first from Legkov. And they have now added an assist on that one to Gullo. So Legkov and Gullo with the assist at 4:06. Then at 5:59, yet another power play goal for Virgili, his second of the night, second of the playoffs for Maye and Leifers. And it's 2-2. But from there, 6 unanswered goals by the IceCats. Legkov gets in the goal column with a 4-on-4 goal from Zajic and McGill Diaz at 9:25, and it's 3-2 after 2. Then in the third, the IceCats blow it out. 30 seconds in, Nick Gullo gets a garbage plate and a goal for Robinson and Welsh. Then 30 seconds after that, Patrick Marcinkiewicz, his first of 2 on the evening from Elijah Wilson. Now at 2:01, Jordan Popoff with a wrist shot just inside the crossbar from Legkov and Della Savita. 2:01 in. That chases starter Carter McPhail, who takes the loss. 6 goals against on 31 shots. And now it's a 6-3 lead, and Athens never recovered. Couple of late insurance markers at 14:38. Elijah Wilson on a play that was reviewed but did go in from Houston Wilson, his first of the playoffs, and then Marcinkiewicz, his second of the night, second of the playoffs from Legkov at 15:42 to cap the scoring. Shots by period, PD 14 in the first, 13 in the second, 14 in the third for 41, 19, 19, and 9 for Athens for 47 in the game. Power plays, IceCats finish 0 for 3, and the Rock Lobsters go 2 for 6. We'll take a break once again here in the postgame show, brought to you by Gorgat Distilling. When we come back, time to look at the out-of-town scoreboard. How did the other teams involved in playoff action do tonight? We'll tell you in just a moment. 8-2, PD takes Game 1 of the Continental Division semifinal series. This is IceCats Playoff Hockey.
Welcome to the PD region, where Southern charm meets unforgettable adventure. Paddle scenic waterways, explore quiet trails, and experience nature at its finest. Savor local flavors, discover vibrant downtowns, and shop unique boutiques. From live music to hometown festivals, there's always something happening. The PD region, authentic, welcoming, and waiting for you. Plan your visit at pdtourism.com.
From home entertainment to the technology that keeps your world connected and secure, at PHT Audio Video and Security, we don't stop at residential solutions. Our team designs and installs professional commercial systems built for performance and reliability. Secure what matters with advanced security systems and stay protected day or night with powerful camera systems engineered for clarity. No matter the need, expertly installed and perfectly integrated.
Hey, grab me one too.
Back here in the Gorgat Distilling postgame show, Tom Callahan here with you on IceCats Hockey. Game 1 goes to PD, 8-2, your final here this evening. Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard and catch you up on the rest of the playoff series, and one of which is now in the books entirely, as Binghamton, with a 6-2 win over the Topeka Scarecrows, and the Binghamton Black Bears sweep that one 2-0 over Topeka to advance. Meanwhile, Port Huron 5-1 winners over the Blue Ridge Bobcats tonight, and that series is now even up at 1, heading to a deciding Game 3. Columbus also, how crazy is this? Columbus 8-2 over Monroe. They still have half a period to go. So that one is not finished yet, but the River Dragons looking to take Game 1 at home before heading to Monroe tomorrow night for Game 2. NHL, no games tonight. 3 series underway tomorrow. Senators at Hurricanes, Wild at Stars, Flyers at Penguins. And Major League Baseball on the out-of-town scoreboard. Got some finals from earlier. Braves blanked the Phillies 9-0. Pirates 5-1 over the Rays. Giants 10-5 over the Nationals. Yankees 4, Royals 2. Red Sox in 10, 1-0 over the Tigers. Orioles 6-4 over the Guardians. And the Cubs 12-4 over the Mets. Here's what's going on right now. Middle of the second, Blue Jays Diamondbacks are scoreless. Top of the ninth, Brewers Marlins tied at 4. Bottom of the sixth, Reds Twins. That game is 2-1 Cincinnati. Cardinals with a 4-3 lead over the Astros, top 6. 4-0 Dodgers lead the Rockies, top of the 4th. Scoreless are the Padres and Angels, top of the 2nd. 1-0 White Sox over the Athletics in the bottom of the 1st. And 1-0 Rangers over the Mariners, also in the bottom of the 1st inning. So here's what's going on for us tomorrow night. 7 o'clock pregame show, 7:15 puck drop. We want you down at Florence Center for Game 2 of this Continental Division semifinal series, because now if PD wins tomorrow night, this series is over, and your PD IceCats are moving on to the Continental Division final and would face the winner of either Columbus or Monroe. If that doesn't happen, if Athens rebounds and wins tomorrow night, we're back here in Athens on Sunday at 4:05 for a deciding Game 3. But the PD IceCats, with a tremendous road effort here tonight and a big 8-2 win over the Athens Rock Lobsters, have a chance to close it out tomorrow night. So get your tickets now for playoff game number 1 for the first time at Florence Center in 20 years. The IceCats back home tomorrow night, again, 7:15 p.m. You can buy tickets online at Ticketmaster.com, or you can head down to the Florence Center box office. So for my executive producer, Aiden Mulholland, this is Tom Callahan saying, hey, we will talk to you tomorrow night for Game 2 as the IceCats a chance to close out this series after a big 8-2 win here at Aikens Ford Arena tonight in Game 1. Thanks for listening in, everybody. We'll talk to you tomorrow night. This is Tom Callahan saying good night.